Hello. Hopefully the audio is okay for the game. I mean, I feel like it's quite low compared to my voice, so I think it's good. It was really loud at first. But I think it's interesting how, like, I've been on this home screen for like an hour since I opened it before the stream, and it acts like the boat is moving forward, but it's been doing this for ages and it hasn't reached anywhere. So I think it's interesting how they were able to do that. And it really feels like we're going past this island, so maybe they just have the islands kind of loop or something. I don't know. And then a cigarette and a Chinese food takeout box. That's gonna easily get blown off of the ship. We should probably throw it in the trash, right? It's gonna be litter. Oh well. I guess the main character doesn't care. Oh man. I forgot to turn on the captions. The goal of the stream is to have a stream that is an average length and is not really long. Because the past two streams, well, the past three streams have had really weird lengths, like irregular lengths, because like last stream was 6 hours, the stream before that was 7 hours, and the one before that was the ZZZ stream where I really struggled to get things, like it took ages for the game to install because I forgot to install it or whatever, and so it was like less than 2 hours. And the latest I've ever started a stream was that stream. I don't remember when I started it, but I think it was like 10 p.m. or something. Like last stream was Portal, and that took longer than I expected. And then before that was the grand finale of playing Tears of the Kingdom, so it makes sense that that would take a long time. Like, it was supposed to be 2 streams, but I really wanted to push through and finish it in 1 stream. I guess we should start now. I was just stalling. Oh, I was gonna...
Make sense to me. And I'm sorry about that. I'm just gonna start at the beginning with the house.
Is her voice loud enough? Can I control her? Maybe I'll increase the dialogue. Cause she sounded really quiet. I had to like turn her up on my end. Hopefully she won't be shouting now. It's interesting how...
I lived here until I was 11, but I wasn't allowed to play half the rooms.
She keeps interrupting me. What I was saying was that it's interesting how Shift, Control, and Alt all... Well... Yeah, and Alt all make you zoom in. Yeah, so I thought that since like this seems to be like a investigation game that I should have my detective outfit on. Also, just for a change of pace, I guessed. I guessed? What? That's not. Why did I say that? Say it like that? I guessed. It's weird, like, if you say guess in past tense, it sounds like guest, like someone, like a guest in your home. I just noticed that, and that's weird. So we can't sprint or anything? Or at least that shouldn't mean that we have any moments where you have to run away. But some games will hold off on the sprint and then suddenly give it to you. Or the crouch, or when it's suddenly time to use it. This is such a cute little mailbox house. Is this a small version of their house? I don't think so. It's a little different. It is big though. Oh, I didn't realize the house itself was a mailbox. Also, I can control her hand with my mouse.
Inside the mailbox were bills from 7 years ago, marked urgent, open immediately.
Then I hope that the house still belongs to our family then. That they didn't, possess it.
This is my brother Lewis's funeral.
Is it repossess it? Is that... I don't understand how ownership works of houses and stuff. I don't know. I shouldn't be talking about it. Right, if you pay off your mortgage, you own the house, right? But if you die, then what happens to the house? Like, if you pass it down to someone, are they gonna... Then it like, belongs to them 100%? You know, what if it doesn't get passed down to anyone? Is it just abandoned, or does, like, someone take it over? No trespassing. Well, it's our house, so it should be fine. I'm guessing we own this house since we're the only survivor of this family, right? That's what the description of the game said. Is that video surveillance? Well, no one lives here, so I don't think that is relevant anymore.
My mother left me a key, but didn't tell me what it unlocked. Maybe she thought I'd know. Or she thought the mystery would be enough to bring me back.
She left the key in the mother left it in her room or in the main character's room? The key. And how long ago was this? That
No one had
the
driven
mother...
this way in a long time, but I saw a few hoof prints.
So someone had rode their horse through here recently? Is that what she's saying? Isn't that trespassing? I guess they really like the trails here or something. Oh, no. I forgot that there are wild animals that have hooves, too. So it's just this deer. Oh, like I always say, like, the deer and the rabbits are my relatives. So this is just my relative. So this is... It's just normal to see a deer here, if this is my house, right? Because I'm a jackalope, which is a mix of like a deer and a...
Even after I inherited the house.
And a rabbit.
I never thought I'd come back to it.
So it is our house. We did inherit it. By process of elimination. Unfortunately. That's probably a better way to put it.
Only the house knew the answers to.
It's a basketball hoop. Oh, there's also a car here. I mean, a truck. I wonder if it's in good enough condition to sell. Sorry, I'm putting myself in her shoes.
Boy, I've been dreaming about it.
As if I'm coming back to a house that I inherited. Who's missing? Milton Finch. He disappeared at 11 years old. In 2003.
As a child, the house made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't put into words.
Okay. I mean, she did say that she wasn't allowed into...
I knew exactly what those words were.
Oh, I forgot she's only 17. That's really young. And to be alone in the world with a big house. And not know anything about your family. I was thinking she would be in like her 20s. I wonder why they chose to make her a minor. It's very pretty.
I hoped the key might unlock the front door. It didn't.
What, you don't have the keys to your own house? Are you gonna break into your house? Why is it pitch black here? I can't see anything. Where would we hide a key? There's a flower pot. Oh, we can't go in the doggy door. Ugh.
Crawling through the doggy door used to be a lot easier when I was 11.
This tarp scaring me. I don't know. Decrepit houses are creepy. I mean, like abandoned houses. So this is a car. It is kind of crazy. Like the fact that so much is just still here just really implies that everyone in her family died unexpectedly. Hey, Soda Pop and Ferrum. Why are you saying egg? I don't see any eggs around here, and if there were, they would be spoiled. 7 years spoiled. Like, eggs have like a somewhat hard shell, but if they go bad, like, do they eventually, like, does the shell eventually collapse or something? Just a random thought. Or does it just sit inside of the shell for eternity? Would you care for an egg in these trying times?
First time in years.
She didn't finish her sentence. I mean, she's gonna say something the moment I open that door. Eddie, Dawn, Lewis, Milton, and Edith. So we're Edith. Milton is missing. And, like, I guess dead, because or else they would be back by now, I guess. I don't know. The lighting is nice. I'm just trying to soak it in and not rush through it.
I felt like I was home.
Oh. Someone's a bookworm. This reminds me of some doll houses I saw recently that they just filled the house with books. And I was like, it looks so messy. Like a real house typically wouldn't have books all over it. It was just that so many of the doll houses had so many books. And I was like, yeah, tiny books are one of the easiest things to make probably, but it's also just silly to have so much stacked up in a dollhouse. Organized chaos house. I wonder how much of this
family, there were just memories of one.
Yeah, they didn't even pack up their dishes. The Witch's Kitchen, Viking's Belly, Tasting Thailand, the Nordic Cookbook, Flour, Salt, Water, Yeast. That is a weird name. I guess it's recipes that have those ingredients, which are common ingredients. The Pacific Pantry. The Book of Mushrooms. I want that. Hand it over. In loving memory. So this is her brother that died recently. I think she said it was 7 years ago. So who put this up here? She says she hasn't been here since her brother died. So that implies that her brother was not the last person to die. And that other people were still alive afterwards to put this up here. So I'm assuming the 3 people listed in here are the ones who were left after her brother died. So Edith is the main character. Dawn is her mother, I think. I mean, obviously, because they were siblings. And their great-grandfather was still alive. Oh, it has the labels. So Lewis is the brother. Not their this is a great-grandmother that was still alive. I don't know why I assumed great-grandfather. It's because of grandson in my head. I was like, well, son means male, so therefore the grandparent is male. That's not how it works. My brain. So this is the main character. This is her mom. This is the great-grandmother and her brother. So these were like the last 4 before he died. He must have died pretty young. They don't look that far apart in age, and she's only 17. And that was 7 years ago. So she was like 10. She was 10 when her brother died. That's actually really young. I didn't really think about it. I'm just doing the investigating before she tells me things.
Like how only one restaurant would deliver to our house, so we had Chinese a lot.
Oh, it's the same cups that were on the boat at the title screen. Apple pie. I've never seen an apple pie that looks like that. What is on top of it? It has a lot of tuna.
Or how after Lewis started working at the cannery, we all got sick of eating salmon. Except our cat, Molly.
What? I bet Molly's dead too. Poor Molly. Molly's part of the family too. Why isn't she on this in this picture? This looks like eyes on this pot. Yeah, I guess they made the house chaotic so that they could hide little things in it that only people who were like investigating closely would notice, you know? Did someone die here?
The table was still a wreck from the night we left.
Why did they leave? In a hurry? What happened? Why would they leave their pretty house and like run without cleaning things up? And this isn't blood, it's just the wine, I realize. That stain's not getting out of that rug.
A bomb had gone off, killing everyone but sparing the furniture.
There was food on that plate before it broke. Like, why would they leave in a hurry? Like, if was someone after them? Or did they have a big fight? And also, this is the grandmother's wheelchair. In an oxygen tank? How did she leave without this? Are the windows open? No. Or else there would be so many bugs in here. It just sounded really loud, the wind.
Nothing in the house looked abnormal. There was just too much of it. Like a smile with too many teeth.
This looks like a grandmother chair. And there's yarn. This must have been the grandmother's chair. Not that only grandmothers can crochet or knit.
Story. Edie told me the bricks came from the original house after it sank.
What? The original house sank? Like into the ocean? Like a ship? Was it a houseboat? Or was there like the water rose or it collapsed and fell into the sea? I guess that's the original house. This is the original house. I'm assuming it's on the same like island or coastal area. It's gonna take me forever to get through this game if I keep taking it this slow. Light switch. Well, it's bright outside. We don't need the lights. What is that? Like a banner of sorts? I've never seen any decor like that before. It almost looks like a saw blade that was painted on. A music box? I forgot I have to wind it.
Great Grandpa Sven built a music box for Barbara, along with the rest of the house.
He built the house? Barbara Finch. Is Barbara his daughter or wife? Because the great grandmother is Eddie, I don't know. Oh. Insect collection. It's funny, I was just crocheting a butterfly today to make an insect collection with. I really like insect collections, but I don't like the idea of killing the insects to put them there. And I took an entomology class, and I had to catch, kill, and pin bugs and insects, and it was just really not the best. And I caught like one butterfly, and I refused to catch another one because they like if you catch a butterfly with a net, and it tries flapping around, it's going to damage its wings, and if you want the wings intact for you to pin it, then you have to hold its wings together and put it in an envelope. But the thing is, you can feel its heartbeat when you're holding its wings, and that's just like traumatic to feel the heartbeat of something before you kill it. I don't like it. I don't like that at all. Now this is chaos. These books. Tasting Thailand. I already saw that book. And Witch's Kitchen. They just Why did they get so many of the same books? And why is this sealed off? With like some weird putty goo insulation stuff. I don't know.
Got left behind in the whirlwind of that last night.
Why did they have to pack up? Was there like a storm coming?
My mom wasn't much of an optimist, but she never stopped believing that my brother Milton was alive.
Oh, this is her brother. So she had multiple brothers. No mail for Milton. Well, there's mail for you, Edith. You gotta pick it up. It could be important. Even though it's like 7 years old, but... So it was their final night because her brother died? Because she said they hadn't been here since her brother died. And there was the, like, funeral invitation or whatever on the fridge. So it wasn't like they left the night he died. They had enough time to make a funeral invitation, design it, print it out, and probably give it to people.
Mom always told me to stay out of the basement, so I wasn't too surprised when the key didn't fit.
So she said she wasn't allowed to go into half of the rooms in the house. I wonder how they managed to do that, to keep the kids out of the rooms. I guess they locked all of them because kids are curious, right? I don't know. But they have a cool little stairway chair. I've only ever seen...
disappeared. Mom sealed up all the bedrooms.
Why? We have to sleep somewhere. Did she have everyone sleep on the sofa? What do you mean? Like, I've only ever seen a chair like this in the movie Up. So I've always wondered if it was a real thing that people add to their houses, because it
Edie
makes sense.
and drilled peepholes.
What? So the mom, after one of the brothers went missing, after Milton went missing, she locked up all the bedrooms, and then the great-grandmother drilled peepholes into the bedrooms. What was there to see in the bedrooms if everyone was locked? Were they locked out of the bedrooms? Or, like, is this the bedrooms of everyone who had died, so everyone who's still alive did not have a sealed bedroom? Because then I thought this was an aquarium. Like, these fish are
A lot
dead.
of time playing in Great Uncle Walter's room.
It's so
I
empty.
think my mom sometimes regretted not sealing it up.
It's so pretty, though. There's nothing in here besides this beautiful mural. I don't see why you would want to seal it up or need to seal it up.
Louis told me there were secret passages, but I never believed him.
I mean, I would add secret passages to a cool house like this if I were gonna build it. Oh, the key worked.
Turns out, my mom was really good at keeping secrets.
What is this? What? So there's a book. There is a...
Now it was time to find out what my mom had been afraid of.
That is such an interesting way to hide a secret passageway. And I think if someone tried to pick up the book, especially as a kid, they would probably notice it was bolted to the wall.
It was on the wall. It was clear my brother Milton had been here before me.
And then you could use the book itself to open the door, right? There was nothing actually sealing it shut at the bottom. That's kind of a poor design. I guess you're just expecting children not to be able to lift it. That's probably how Milton got in here. But was Milton older than the other siblings, or younger?
Reading this, maybe it sounds like I had a plan.
Reading what? Why are you putting your hands on the filthy, dusty floor? That's nasty.
But I had no idea what was behind that door.
This door? So you haven't been in
Just like I had no idea
here before?
where this was gonna lead.
Saving. Orca's Island calves. Yeah, I saw on the wanted posters, the missing posters, that it looks like they lived at a place called Orca's Island. But if there's... So I guess the island's big enough for there to be, like, a sports team? So it's Orca's Islands, but they're calves. Is that, like... Are those, like, young orcas? Is that the term they use for young orcas? It would be silly to not have orcas as your mascot as when you are living on an island called Orca's Island. Molly. Who's Molly?
I grew up looking at Molly's room through the peephole. Being inside for the first time, I felt like I'd stepped behind a painting.
Who is Molly? Her cousin? Her aunt? Oh, there's a little map of the rooms. Barbara. Yeah, so Edie and Sven are the great-grandparents. So Barbara must be their daughter. And I'm assuming...
Papa says Edie had spent a lot of time here before my mom sealed the doors.
You know, why did she seal the doors? Is it because she didn't want to think about it? Then she can just not come in here. I guess she wanted to freeze it in time so that nothing would change. So I guess the bug collections were hers. She has like a microscope. Yeah, these insect specimens would be eaten up by bugs by now. That that butterfly would not be intact. So she was 10 years old though. Exactly 10 years old when she died. Is her diary?
December 13th, 1947. Dear Diary, I'll be gone soon, but I wanted to tell somebody about what's gonna happen. It started when Mom sent me to bed without dinner. I woke up and I was starving, so I looked around for something to eat.
Did she eat her pet's food?
The gerbil food was dry, but I didn't mind it.
By gone soon, does she mean that she knows she's gonna die soon? What do you mean?
My Halloween candy was all gone.
You shouldn't send your kid to bed without dinner.
Mom, can I come out now?
Sweetheart, it's late. Go to sleep.
But I'm hungry. Let me out. It's your job to feed your child. If you can't do the bare minimum and feed your children, what are you even doing? Are you even a parent at that point?
I kept eating and eating.
Oh no, don't eat that. That's nasty. Don't tell me she ate a bird.
I ate a lot of things that night.
Oh no. Are those not plastic decorations? Oh no, I worry for this child's well-being. Like, why did she say she would be gone soon? Like that she would be done writing in the diary soon and would leave
Then
it?
I heard chirping outside my window.
Oh no, she's gonna eat the bird. She has fish though. Why do you want to become a meal bird? Go away. Why are you at the door? In the window, sorry. What? Why is it? I thought about
Eating Christopher, but I held back.
Okay. She really has an appetite though. I'm glad she didn't eat her pets,
It
but
was a barn swallow going back to her nest.
that doesn't look like going back to her nest. She's just sitting there. Don't eat the
I
bird.
reached out for her.
Oh no, she's gonna fall out the window.
And suddenly, I was a cat.
What? What on earth are you talking about? Plot twist, everyone in the Finch family is shapeshifters. Ahahaha. They're not dead, they're all just animals living their lives freely. Oh, I don't need the bird. I'm free. I can go sneak into the kitchen now. What am I supposed to do now? Parkour,
I
but
tried to be quiet, but the bird was really scared.
are you sure she's not dreaming? I thought I heard snoring. How do I get to this bird? Is that snoring or is that purring that I hear? Is someone sleeping in the living room? Is this bird just gonna lead me back to its nest? That's not a good idea. And get out of here, Frisbee. I guess it's just cat noises. Are we sure that's not just the sound of her stomach growling? I don't know what causes cats to purr, but I don't think they would purr while being starved. So, I don't know. I hope it doesn't lead us to its nest and we end up eating its eggs.
I jumped and I almost got her. I could tell she was getting really tired.
Are you not tired? How am I gonna get up there?
Now I was up in the big tree. I promised Dad I wouldn't climb it anymore. All I cared about was eating that mama bird.
That's a unique thing to be obsessed
I
with.
gobbled her up.
Or did you fall
Suddenly,
down?
I was an owl. First, all I heard was the wind. Then I heard little teeth nibbling in the grass.
Little teeth nibbling? What does that mean? That is a weird way of putting... What? Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. What do you mean by not those? Soda pop? Are you talking about stuff that she was eating? What did she say? Rabbits. Oh. I didn't see the text. No, don't eat me, little girl. Leave the rabbits alone. Rabbits. Oh, I am supposed to do something, not just watch them run around. Are you not full yet, little girl?
I imagined his face looking up and seeing mine through my talons. I swallowed him up, and I didn't chew one bit.
She's so
Then I
callous.
flew off to find something bigger.
What kind of diet do owls have? How much do they need to eat to be satisfied?
A mama rabbit.
Birds of prey hunt large food items. Isn't that why they're called that? Instead of looking for berries and seeds, what mama rabbit?
She was almost too big to carry.
I got an achievement.
I started choking, but I couldn't stop eating.
Oh no.
Suddenly, I was a shark.
A shark in the middle of the land on a tree? That's not gonna go over well. Uh-oh. Is this how she died? Out of oxygen? She had an eating disorder? Oh. I just tend to take everything literally in psychological horror stuff.
I rolled off the cliff and into the ocean. Now, I was hungrier than ever.
So you just have like a little shark nose at the front.
I wanted fat, juicy seals.
What if I don't want to eat a fat, juicy seal? And I'm not good at aiming this shark. Uh-oh.
I tore off her.
At least they don't add blood.
Really good.
Hell, I wouldn't be able to handle that. Well, they technically have blood, but not a violent amount. Press the... Come on, turn. Where did it go? Oh, that's why they gave us a blood trail, so we wouldn't lose it. Stop looking up. I can't see. Get back here. Where did it go? We're like on the edge of the water. I guess we're gonna starve. Oh, there it is. I'm surprised we're able to catch up to it so easily.
Grabbed on tight. But I was so hungry, I jumped out of the water. When I opened my eyes, everything had changed.
What changed? Are you still a shark? Oh, you're an eel? Ew. Nasty.
Now I was a monster, and I smelled people everywhere.
Or is this a tentacle of a monster? Are we a mutant octopus? Did she say she smelled people everywhere? Is she gonna start eating people? I didn't know that monsters were a type of animal that exists in real life. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Like, it just kind of feels like this is either something from her imagination or it's a real type of animal and she just doesn't know what it's called. Is she gonna eat one of her relatives? Or is this at someone's ship?
But I moved real quiet.
Uh-oh. We just slurped him right up. Who's playing music? Turn that off.
I wanted to stop, but also I didn't.
We're getting closed. The door closed on us. Strange animal. Is she a squid? I don't know. It's like, it's not a snake because there's no hen. Shave his belly with a rusty razor. Early in the morning. Okay. You're not supposed to shave with a rusty razor. Drunken sailor, you mean you? Well, I guess we eat the drunken sailor. That's what we do with the drunken sailor. I don't think this is a squid. Like, there aren't, like, any... Like, it's kind of like an eel. But it doesn't seem to have a face. It's just like a tentacle, but it doesn't have, like, suckers on it like octopi tentacles do. I guess she's going for the biggest prey now. So this must be the last creature that she became.
After the last passenger, I was still hungry. And across the water, I smelled something new. Something I had to have, so I swam towards it.
What was it?
I slithered onto the sand, and the good smell went into an old pipe.
So she doesn't have like a main body that this is a tentacle of. It's just a slimy little thing on its own. Oh, I guess poo is what she wanted to eat. She's in the bathroom now. Don't tell me that her family is one of the things she wanted to eat. I think she's in her house now.
I got closer and closer.
This is her room. Is she gonna eat herself? All my stomachs.
All of my stomach started growling.
Stomachs? You have multiple stomachs?
I was me again. I held my breath for a long time, but I couldn't hear anything. I think it's waiting for me to fall asleep. But it's not going to wait much longer. It needs to be, and we both know I will be delicious.
That's creepy. Is that her last entry before she died?
I'm not sure if I believed all of that, but I'm sure Edie would have.
Molly was the first one to die? No, Barbara. Barbara? No. Let me think about numbers. So Odin died first. Then Barbara. Then Molly. Can they tell us the cause of death, or is it like typical psychological horror where they're like, we're not going to tell you anything, you figure it out, haha. You can take it literally and it means something crazy, and you can take it or you can look into the deeper meaning, which is more believable but also hard to think of. But she really liked animals, and she had a wild imagination, and her fish is gone. Yeah, I forgot we can just look at this. So, Lewis died 10 years after Milton. Sorry, 7 years after Milton. And now it's 7 years since Lewis died. Edie died the same year as Lewis. And then her mother died 6 years later. So her mother was the last one before her. And before Lewis was Walter. And then before Walter was Milton. Why is Sven just a leaf? Is it because he married into the family? Sven, Kay, and Sanjay, but they don't have any dates by their names. Is it that they are still alive, or that they don't matter because they married into the family? They have 4 leaves. So these are these Walter's parents? I don't know. I guess Odin is Edie's sibling. I think that's how it works if they're related. I hear a cat. I want the cat. Oh, there's the cat. Your kitty kitty. Aww. I'm not going out the window. No. I'm not done here yet. Let me out.
This will be obvious later, but my mom never told me any of these stories. Edie would have, but Mom didn't like bringing up the past. So, when we adopted a stray kitten, she was the one who named it Molly.
Her mom named it Molly? Or Edie did? I think it was her mom. More yarn.
I spent a lot of time in Great Grandma Edie's room.
I guess Grandma couldn't take Lewis's death, and she died the same year. Is how it seems. But she also really loves birds, and she even put little plaques up and burned candles for the ones that died. Just interesting, because a lot of like parrots and is that a snake? What? A lot of parrots and stuff have really long lives and can outlive their owners. I guess she was just... How old was she? She was like 83? She was 7 short of being 100. No, it's 93. She was 93. Sorry.
Edie knit me a new pair of gloves every year, just in time to replace the old ones.
There's a little shark.
When Edie told people Sven was killed by a dragon, she could also have said he was building a dragon-shaped slide that collapsed. She could have, but she didn't.
Oh, so he was building something and he was making a dragon slide for the Finch family pond, and it collapsed. That's sad. Why do they have a picture of it happening? Why would you keep a picture of the moment of the accident in your room that you would see every day? Wouldn't that make it more heartbreaking to think about? I don't know, because I feel like when someone dies unexpectedly, it's harder to accept that they have died, and it also, I feel like it's easier to focus on remembering them rather than think about how they shouldn't have died because it was an accident and it shouldn't have happened. I don't know, it's just weird. This picture I find is weird. But everyone grieves differently, so it's just from my perspective that it was beyond to have a photo of the moment right before your husband died with all the other memorable stuff that was his. Built 1937 by Sven. But the house, that's sweet.
One summer, they evacuated the island, but Edie refused to go. For a few weeks, she was a celebrity.
That was when she was 72. So it was, if I go deep with the math, then, that is 21 years before before she died. And so if we add 7 to that because she died 7 years ago, that would be 28 years ago. Assuming that I did the math right. These are just the same hat with different colors.
Edie gave a big interview about a mole man living under the Finch house. My mom was furious.
What? Why is Stonehenge on the newspaper? Another great son offer or otter? I don't know.
I hadn't thought of myself as Edith Jr. for a long, long time.
So is E short for Edith? Because I noticed that their names were similar. Shrine sketches? What does that mean? Sketches of shrines? What is that rattling? Is it just these clinking around? Zorpy. Furpy? Is that what that says? It's like a Furby. Purply. Lurpy. I am seeing a pattern here. Rob, that doesn't meet the pattern. Derpy Jr. Bob. Okay, so if they're a bird, they end in erpy. If they're a reptile, they rhyme with Rob and Bob. I doubt she actually kept them in these cages, though, right? Because they need more space than that. I mean, even the birds probably need more space. What is this one? Burpee. Ah. Oh. What is this one, though? Where's the plaque? Hey. Derpy. So this is Derpy, and then this is... Where's Derpy Jr.? There's Derpy Jr. Yeah, they're the same species. It's like a pigeon or something. Who is this? Did the plaque fall off? You can't leave me hanging like this. Oh, didn't mean to make a joke. It is hanging there. Maybe this one died the most recently, and they didn't get a plaque made. Are there years on there? Let me see. What year did Sven die? Oh, well, it doesn't tell us. Huh. Somehow that is. I was saying that maybe all the other ones died before Sven died. And so he was the one making the plaques. And this last one that died was after Sven died. And then he wasn't there to make any plaques. Because a lot of these are very old dates. I think this is the 1991. I think this is the oldest one. No, I mean the most recent one. No, this is the most recent one. Zorpy. Or what about... No, Derpy Jr. is the most recent one. So 2006. That's 4 years before Edie died. We just don't know when Sven died, so it doesn't... I can't figure anything out. It's just weird that that one is missing a plaque. It looks like there's a space for it. It's just not there. It looks like she's a knitter because there's 2 needles. Okay. There's a sewing machine, a little doll house that is very
Her room was like a museum.
barren and wooden. Does it not say when Sven died here? Wait. But does it say strap? Strap 1864 or something? I don't think that's related to when he died. Is this the branch? Is this branch related to when he died? I don't think so. It's just a branch. Who's this?
Lewis died a week before we left, but Edie had already started to memorialize him.
A week before. So why did they leave so urgently? And it's sad that she didn't get to finish the painting. Barbara, Calvin, Sam, Molly, Walter, Gus, Lewis, Gregory, Dawn, Milton, and Edith. All of whom are dead except for Edith. And Edith seems to be the youngest. So Lewis is older than Milton, is what these handprints seem to suggest. And I also can actually just check here. Lewis is the eldest sibling, Milton is middle, and Edith is the youngest. Voila. This Odin's shrine. Is Odin her brother?
For 500 years, the Finches have been famous throughout Norway for their fortune and misfortune.
I've used one of these things before.
The latest victims of the family curse, his wife Ingeborg and their newborn son, Johan.
So she died at childbirth? The latest victims of the family curse. That's sad.
On January 7th, 1937, he set sail with his family and his house, hoping to leave the curse behind.
So that's why the house sank before, because he did actually set sail with it. That makes sense.
But 40-foot waves off the coast of Washington send the house and Odin to the bottom of the sea.
Did some people die from that? Did he die from that?
Odin's daughter Edie, with husband Sven and baby Molly, step ashore on their new home, Orcas Island.
So that's how they got here. I guess that means everyone survived, right? I would hope so. It is interesting that they all survived considering their curse, though. But, so is Molly so Molly is their daughter? Is she the eldest daughter? So then, so she must have died quite a while back. But they are great-grandparents, so that doesn't mean that Molly is siblings with Dawn, their mother. That would be her
First to be buried in
her
the family cemetery.
aunt? Oh, Odin died in the ship. Or, wait. Can we go back? Odin Finch is the first to be buried in the new family cemetery.
His daughter Edie is already dreaming of a new Finch house.
Okay. Edie is Odin's daughter. Okay. Okay, I can go back through. Is there a better way to do this? No, I didn't want to leave.
Whatever's wrong with this family, it goes back a long ways.
I wasn't finished. Let me see it again. I didn't... Did Odin die? When the house sank? Joining the great majority. Joining the great majority. Joining the great majority. By Odin Finch. How many copies did she get of her father's book? Norwegian folk tales. And it's so dark in this corner. It's jarring to turn around to this bright area. Okay. There's a bird on the door. Oh, this is sealed shut. It's not just locked. It's like glued shut. Did her mom come back after they all left? And seal up the rooms?
Even in her 90s, sometimes Edie seemed a lot younger than my mother.
A lot more lenient, it seems, too. Oh my goodness. How many dust and bugs must be in this carpet?
The only trace Grandpa Sam's first wife, Kay, left on the house was the pink bathroom.
Grandpa Sam. Okay, so these are her children. With Sven. Molly is the first, then Barbara, then Calvin, Sam, and Walter. And Sam and Kay had 3 children? Did they say first wife? Does that mean there's another wife? But I don't see any more leaves. I'm assuming that Sanjay is Dawn's husband, who had... But it's weird that they're not attached to the tree. Some of them are attached and others are not. I mean, all of them are not attached except for Kay. Did she die? Why is she attached?
It was a pretty big trace.
So just this pink bathroom is what she left behind? Mount Rainier National Park. I've been there before. It's in Washington State, right? Washington State has good national parks. This is a cool picture. If only it wasn't a record of a tragic event. But someone painted that because they did not have photos of that. I'm very certain of that. There's a secret in this bathroom. By Sven and Edith Finch. Sounds very imaginative. Hopefully it's not dark or anything. Why would you lock it? Did their mother lock it?
It's in
It was
the
a
last
pop-up
place
book.
you would look. It isn't in the cupboard. It's hidden in this book.
Oh my goodness. No wonder it was locked. Well, this is a very narrow place. I guess if anyone's big, they can't go anywhere in this house. Is this like a photo development area? Calvin Finch is one of their children. Let me see. So Molly lived for 10 years. Barbara lived for 16? If you add 10 to 44, that's 54. If you add 6 to 54, that's 60. So 16. Calvin was 11. Sam Sam and Walter lasted the longest. Because the math to calculate their ages is too complicated compared to the others. I can do it, I just don't feel like it. Okay, I can do it. Sam was 33. And Walter was 48 plus 5 is 53? There, I did it. This game was actually a math game all along. Laura Finch? Is that what that says? I can't read it. It definitely ends in an A. Is it Barbara? I think it's Barbara. That would make sense. So I guess
Sven gave Sam an old camera he'd refurbished. He never put it down.
I was just about to ask about whose photos these were, and then they just answered it. I didn't even click on anything. So, is this a camera? Or a developer? I don't know what this is. This is definitely looks like a photograph development area. Time to get small. Milton. Milton's leaving their traces. Did Milton get lost in the house and they couldn't hear his cries for help? And that's how he disappeared. Couple turns land into a native haven. Early work on rail link. Exhausted. What is this? Fort Calvin. Calvin was 11. Calvin, 11 years old, and they roped it off. It's like a museum. Interesting. And Fort Sam. Oh. So Sam had to still sleep across from his dead brother's bed? That seems rather cruel. That's why it's roped off. Because Calvin... Oh, they were born the same year. They were twins. I was wondering if... Or they could have been... It's likely they were twins just for the drama. My god, Gregory, what are you talking about? Gregory isn't relevant yet, right? But Calvin and Sam were born the same year. But Sam outlived Calvin by like 20 years. That's so sad. Especially if they're twins, because twins have a very... From what I've heard, they have a very unique bond that is... Most improved player. Are you saying that he was awful before, but because he worked harder, then they gave him a trophy? Not worked harder, but improved. Was not as awful. That's interesting. Is that a real type of award? I don't want to crouch. I'm sorry. But it doesn't seem like... I just wonder how long Sam stayed in this bedroom. Did he stay here until Calvin passed away and then he moved out? Or did he stay for a bit? Okay. 1968. That's 7 years after Calvin died. So he did stay here a bit. Did he stay until he, grew up? It's so weird. This little piece of cloth thing looks like someone's shoulder when you climb up this. Doesn't it look like there's someone with an orange shirt sitting in there? To a command center. This is an interesting little place they built. So they took down the bridge for Sam's side. So it's hard to get over there.
I knew Grandpa Sam had a twin.
They are twins. The height Oh no. You can see where Calvin stopped getting measured. That's so sad. I feel like it's quite cruel to have so many reminders every day for Sam of his twin that passed away. But I don't know but honestly, Sam might have wanted to not forget Calvin, so it's up to him. But it's just sad to see such a stark comparison in their sides of the room. Like, you can see how Calvin is like frozen in time at like a younger age and has much more sparse items, while Sam has Odin Finch National Park. Is that a real thing? Or did they just put that sign somewhere on the property? Sorry, I got distracted. But you can see evidence of him growing up, getting awards and stuff, and having like, I don't know, older interests in like the army and stuff. I don't know.
And that he never talked about him.
He never talked about Calvin. Then I wonder if I don't know. Like, if he didn't want Calvin to be forgotten, then why would he not talk about Calvin? I don't know.
I guess my grandpa didn't like history any more than my mom did.
Well, it's up to someone how they want to talk about things and grieve. I just think it's interesting to speculate. If this was real people, I would not talk about it in any way like this. Or at all, honestly. I don't think people have any right to judge other people and how they grieve or how they react to the death of someone that's close to them. I guess unless they were the one who killed them.
How I Want to Remember My Brother by Sam Finch. The thing I remember is that when he made up his mind, that was it.
He has a cast on. Who is this? Okay, so it says Sam's has Sam's signature, so this must be Calvin. We have to learn how to use the swings.
My brother said he'd die before he ate another mushroom. And he did.
Did he die from the mushroom, or that he didn't like the mushroom he ate and he said that he'd never eat one again? Was this a poisonous mushroom that he found outside? And is this why, while he was dying, or like sick, that he said that he was what is the text on his shoe? What does it say? I can't see. This is not fair. Did the mushroom give him this cast? That would be an interesting story to learn. I can't tell what that says, what the text says. I'm just gonna assume that they're gonna tell me. Thank you for the follow, Blixer the Memer. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying yourself in this riveting swing gameplay. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh. The right finger. The right finger. No, not the right finger. The right mouse button.
At Barbara's funeral, we swore we'd never be afraid again. And he wasn't. I think Calvin always wanted to play.
Did he die from the swings? No.
But that day, he finally made up his mind to do it.
What if I don't want to keep swinging? It's time for a dinner. I'm gonna get off now. I don't want to see him get flung to his death. You love this game, Blixer? Yeah, it's my first time playing it. Is there a statue of someone looking out in the distance? There's 2 statues of people. Unless there are actually just people over there in this flashback. I don't want to see him go off the edge, because that seems like they're very heavily implying.
I told him going around was impossible.
Going around?
Maybe if I hadn't said that.
Going around.
Calvin, I'm not gonna tell you again.
Maybe if the wind hadn't picked up. Then maybe he'd still be here. But I doubt it.
I mean, part of the issue is that they put a swing on the edge of a cliff. I don't think it's anyone's fault except the builder. Honestly. This is just negligence. Why would you put a swing on the edge of a cliff and with also dangerous spiky fence on the end?
Made up his mind.
So he killed himself? Is that what he's trying to imply? What do you mean? I don't understand what...
That's what I want to remember about my brother.
What? I don't understand. What if I don't want to play on the swings anymore? The person who built this swing was very irresponsible. Everyone should know that kids like to go as high as they can on the swings, regardless of the consequences, because they don't know the consequences. Oh no, he reached the peak.
The day he made up his mind to fly. And he did.
He made up his mind? Oh my goodness. Who thought it was a good idea to put that swing there? And I'm surprised that
The story felt strange.
it didn't break.
When I was younger, I remember trying to do the exact same thing.
So you wish you could leave the swing too? Yeah, it's just, I think it's upsetting that they force you to since you know what's coming from what they say about flying and you're on a swing, that he's gonna go off that cliff. The main reason you love this game is because it's actually connected to another game by these devs. That was a big part of your childhood. What game is that? What was about the swing? What was I gonna say about the swing? Yeah, it was on a branch. I don't think that's sturdy. I don't think that's sturdy enough.
After the funeral, Edie roped off Calvin's half of the room.
I don't know if that's enough. So they were born after Molly died, but before Barbara died. And Calvin died a year after Barbara died. That's not very good. I don't think that the wounds have healed at that point. The Unfinished Swan. Is it like in the same world or has some characters that are related? Don't quit game. That's not what I want. Man, I knew this game was sad.
Mom said Grandpa Sam enlisted at 18 and never set foot in the room again.
So he was here for 7 years and then he enlisted in the army and never came back. Let me out! I don't want to be in this sad room anymore. Let me go to the next sad room instead. Alright, where's the next secret passage? Were these added after people died? Did the mom actually add all of these later? She was just actually like a secret genius. I don't see how the kids living there would not notice these secret passageways or utilize them. Which is a dangerous thing, I would assume.
The passages were a pretty tight fit. They'd obviously been built for smaller hands and bellies.
Oh, they're for the kids. What if I don't want to open that yet? Halloween? Milton. So I can exit there, I assume? Or I can go out here? Oh, there's just some wine bottles staring me down. What? Then that means anyone going back here could just steal some wine. It's like, why is my wine going missing? Oh, the kids probably stole it in the secret passage. That doesn't... I don't think it's good for kids to have access to alcohol. My friend Bigfoot. And there's Bigfoot. Is this a movie? Barbara Finch. Introducing Barbara Finch. Was Barbara aiming to be an actress? Different reality, technically, but it continues a character story. So this continues a character story. So does that mean if you play the Unfinished Swan, then you can get backstory about one of the characters in this game? Based off of all Milton's art, we can assume that at least some of the kids knew about the passages. Milton did for sure. Yeah, it's interesting how, like, somewhat obvious these passages were.
I always thought
I got scared by this. I got scared by the Bigfoot for a second. She looks a lot more mature as a doll than I feel like she should. What's with their hands? She holding like a... Why is there like a weird... I guess that she's being held into the box by some plastic. I see. So she was a child star. Introducing Barbara Finch. So instead of starring, it's introducing because it's her debut film, is what I'm assuming. Also starring Bill Bunton as Bigfoot. What does it say? Washington Invitational 1946 participant? I don't know. A Pigeon Pictures? Pigia Pictures introduction? I don't know. I guess she was really proud about starring in a movie. She was also into ballet. Barbara instead of Hollywood. That's funny.
I never thought about how hard it must have been for her afterwards.
After being a child star? Oh yeah, because she died when she was 16. And she is definitely not 16 in this picture. So did she not make it very far in as an actress? Is that why what's the main Edith? Is that why Edith is saying you can't imagine what it's like for after? It isn't. I don't know. It's interesting because they put such glaring evidence of their past in these rooms, but like some of these pasts are not. So I don't know, sparkly, glittery, positive. Because I feel like if she struggled afterwards, then it would probably be bad for her mental health to have this big display here in her room that she sees it every single day. I don't know. Barb Street. Did someone steal that sign? Popcorn? Why did no one pick up the popcorn? And why is it not eaten by insects? Heart of Gold. Did she try to get into like music as well? The record player and a typewriter. Oh, not an actual record player, but a picture of one. A phone. Happy birthday, Barbara. Did she die soon after her birthday? We can count the number of candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. She was 16. This is like that. It's always sad when people die near their birthday, though. It almost, or like, but right before their birthday, it's like they almost made it. But they didn't. I don't know. Improv night. So she liked the performing arts, I guess. Bigfoot, they have like a big, real, dreadful stories, 10 cents. Starring Barbara Finch. Do comic books star actors? Is that a thing? That is interesting. Unfinished Swan continues a character story. Even though it came out first, it's technically a sequel. Okay. So you can play that after this, and it continue. Oh snap! She's at it. What do you mean, Joshua? What am I at? At this game?
Of all the stories people wrote about Barbara's death, I'm surprised Edie saved this one.
Oh, so it's a story about dreadful stories about horrible deaths. And it says guest starring Barbara Finch. So, featuring old Jack. So, there's a lot of publicity around her death is what I'm assuming. And it was enough to be sensationalized in a comic book. And treated as like a horror story. And, acts like she's a guest starring. I think if this is about her death, that is a very cruel way of putting it, to say guest starring in post-mortem, saying that she is starring in a book about her, in a comic book about her death. Like, what are you that's disrespectful, right? Old Jack here with another ghastly tale inspired by America's most... Oh. I don't have to read it, thank you. That's so rude. Don't treat it like a spooky story.
Barbara was famous for her scream. Now at 16, she was all washed up. A has-been.
That's so rude.
But in a lucky break, she'd been asked to perform her signature scream at a local convention for monster movie fans. It was just a boost her career made. Unfortunately, her scream hadn't aged well.
Oh no.
Getting better. I think you just need the right motivation.
Her biggest fan and current boyfriend, Rick, was about to demonstrate when...
Now that was a great scream.
It was Barbara's father, Sven. He'd slipped into a table saw and had to be rushed to the emergency room. So Barbara got stuck babysitting her youngest brother, Walter. Her convention comeback was cancelled.
Okay, I'm hearing frustration, but I'm not hearing terror. What if I
A
tried...
gang of hoodlums in Halloween masks have been terrorizing Orcas Island tonight. Police are urging residents to...
That came from the basement.
You're right! Also, I loved your delivery on that. Why is your basement door locked?
Because my dad likes making puzzles and secret passages. There's a key hidden in the music box. The secret is to keep winding.
How did the comic book
winding.
writers know about this?
Finally, the key pops out.
Thanks, babe. I'll be back in a sec.
This guy sounds suspicious.
20 minutes later, Rick hadn't returned. So Barbara went to look for him.
Where's the younger brother? Did they get killed by
She reached for the music box.
a slasher or something? I don't know. You recommend I play Unfinished Swan? It's very good. And Unfinished Swan is a lot different from this game mechanics-wise. Is it still story-driven, though? Reach for the music box. Okay.
And as she found the key, she listened for Rick, but the house was silent.
Couldn't she, like, call out to him instead of going down physically?
Are you okay? This isn't funny.
Why are we getting a preview to the right of another scene? Another panel on the next page. I wasn't using the arrow keys. Well, not arrow keys. WASD. Oh, there's blood. Alright, time to go back. I think we're done. I think we're done here. I think we're done here. Time to call the police. We saw the blood. We saw a crutch. Is that what those are called? A crutch on the floor. I think did he have a crutch or something? I see the crutch in the next panel as well. You uncover the story while painting the land to find out where to go in Unfinished Swan, and that's why it's unfinished. You have to paint it in. What if I don't want... this is scary. As much as I like horror games, I'm not actually good at playing them. There is blood, and it is dark in here. Guess we gotta discharge it.
Scratch and imagine the worst.
Weapon. Why is there a bloody handprint? Time to go back up. I'm telling you, girl, this is when you need to call the police. You're not a superhero. You're not gonna... If there's that much blood, it's in both of your best interests to call the police. I'm telling you, we need to go. We need to go. We need to leave. Well, I'm surprised she didn't hear him scream or anything. I don't know. Well, it's story driven, so I don't... What I do doesn't affect the story, right? So we're just gonna charge in and pretend that nothing's gonna happen because I can't do anything about what happens. Is that the killer? Or is that just something that is in the basement? They said that there was like people terrorizing the island wearing Halloween masks and stuff, right? I love watching people play horror games, but I can't do it myself. When I tried playing Alien Isolation, Why is it shaking? It's scared too. The boxes are shaking too. You're scared. Why is this all barricaded weird? How did they even get in if this is the I guess it's a door that opens out, so they just pulled it, I guess. I don't want to go forward. Is this the most scary part? Or is there going to be more scary parts after this? We're just going... Uh-oh. What am I whacking?
The gang's leader is the infamous Hookman killer, Dr. Carl Hamill, who impaled and then ate his family 10 years ago tonight.
Where? I need to go to the bathroom. Can I go to the bathroom? Let's just break the tension. This door is the only scary one, thank goodness. But I have to go to the bathroom. I don't wanna pee my pants in fright. Hang on. I'll be right back. I'm back. I was wondering, is it possible to die in this story? I mean, like, technically she's gonna die. So is the goal to just run in there and get killed? Or am I supposed to try to fight back? Or is it just... let the... Ah! I pressed the button! My desk is height adjustable. I thought the height was locked. Why did it start moving? Yeah, it's kind of funny. I actually was like excited that this was a horror game, and I was like, it's been so long since I played a horror game. But once I'm in the horror game, even though it's just a short segment, I'm already terrified. Hydrate, okay. Yeah, it's interesting how even though you know that there's no real life consequences when you're playing a horror game, it's still like terrifying and you feel like you're in the moment. I see light coming from over here.
The old Finch rattled and grew still.
What's that? This is where her boyfriend is. Who's that?
Rick?
Barb, relax. I was just trying to scare you to help you find your scream.
Well, I'm not scared, Rick. I'm furious.
But we heard a thud down here.
All I'm getting from you now is that you're hurt and confused and you...
She threw him out, but she kept a little something to remember him by.
A crutch?
Barb, have you seen my other crutch?
And she was still holding it when she fell asleep watching the late picture show.
What about the brother?
Later,
Barbara! Walter? What's going on up there? Ah! Okay, I'm coming up. But if this is a trick, you're dead, Walter.
I think he's already dead. Why is there a skeleton in the corner? I guess he's already dead. That's the skeleton, the ghost of the child. They keep giving spoilers with the panels nearby. We see women's feet standing next to a bed. I was not expecting this to go for so long. Not the game, but this segment. I thought it would be around that corner, we get killed, and then we're done with it. And they're like, oh, it's a good old bait and switch. It was actually our awful boyfriend trying to scare the living daylights out of us. But the crash downstairs was not something that he had anything to do with. Was it just like a regular old crash, or something just getting a little rickety and falling over? I'm really stressed right now. I'm gonna put my watch on because it can track my heartbeat just for the curiosity. I just feel really tense right now. I'm curious. Walter did not die at the same time as Barbara. So he survives whatever happens here. He's also the longest living out of all the siblings. He lives to like 48. Not 48. 53. I think 53 is what we calculated earlier. I'm such a coward. Can we get this key in real life? From the music box? That's all I care about right now, right? Let's distract ourselves. We gotta go upstairs. The mouse exposed how I got startled. The good old, like, shake of the mouse. Oh. I'm stalling. My hands are like cramping up from the stress. I don't know if I'll even be able to react when whatever happens.
Walter, are you there? Walter vanished, but his bedside radio was still on.
Orcas Island police describe the man as 6 feet tall, with a steel hook for a hand.
Why, he's a pirate?
To lock all doors and windows and notify the police of any suspicious activity.
Uh-oh.
Returned, saw the hookman, and was speechless. He was convention.
What are you talking about?
He couldn't get enough of Barbara.
What? Is he a crazed fan?
There's gotta be another way out of here.
I guess Walter took the secret passage out. I go... it's too dark in here. I can't see. Oh.
She played her part beautifully.
That's so rude. You act like this is some kind of play and that you were actually the orchestrator of this entire ordeal. That was very serial killer-esque. You're gonna draw and lurk? Okay. Yeah, what are you drawing? I also do some drawing here and there. When I'm not
She thought about
panicking.
Walter, but just couldn't do it.
Where is Walter? Under the bed? Uh-oh. Where is Walter?
He wasn't moving, but she sensed the story might not be over yet.
Ah. Who put this chair here? Oh, here's the stairs. A plush of a character that arrived today. If a character you like didn't have an accessory she's often shown with, so you're gonna draw and cut out the accessory. That's nice. What kind of character is it? Like an animal? Or oh well.
Had vanished. She listened for his breathing, but all she heard was
Save me! Whoever's at the door, save me! It's the Hook Man.
she heard whispering. It was coming from inside the house.
Ah! Why is there? It was a gang, right? I forgot that it was a whole gang. What? What?
The monsters had come to surprise her.
But it was a gang.
And she saw what kind of monsters they were, and she realized what was about to happen. She was going to be famous. And
What do you
with
mean?
her final breath, Barbara Finch gave the performance of her life. I was
That's a big gang of monsters.
But I hear Barbara was magnificent. Poor girl. She had a taste for stardom. But
Wha-
unfortunately, so did her fans. Of course, the police blamed it all on poor Rick, who disappeared the same night. And little Walter, hiding under his bed the whole time. He took it all pretty hard. But
Poor guy.
her story, as
That must be traumatizing.
inside the music box, is all they ever found of her. Her ear.
What?
Now that's what I call a real eerie tale.
Ew! Don't. Shut up! Don't talk about her like that. Oh, don't put that. Oh, I feel gross just touching that book. I'm not even the one. I'm not even Edith.
He told me all Barbara wanted was to be remembered, as absurd as that comic was. Maybe what Edie saw was a happy ending.
Yeah, because the comic doesn't actually know how she felt in her final moments. Chicago being looking mad different. It's from an object show. What is an object show? You have perler beans. What are perler beans? I feel like I've heard that before. Why? She showing me close the book. You feel bad for Walter? Yeah, so do I. I mean, I feel bad for every... Like, it feels like every time someone dies, then you feel bad for the entire family that is still living. Then someone dies, and then now you just keep narrowing down the number of people who you feel bad for until you're left with Edith, who is now the last person you can feel bad for, technically, who's alive. Because everyone else is gone. They don't have to... They don't have any... They don't feel sad about anything, I guess, now that they're gone. I don't know. And what I was saying was that the comic really assumed what her final moments were like. And also that gang of monsters was insanely large. I don't understand how they gathered that many people to come to this, I guess, remote island, I would assume. And, I don't know, it has a high school, so I don't think it's that remote. It at least has a high school. Because it has a sports team, right? Isn't that how it works? Maybe they have a middle school, and there's a sports team there. I don't know. But that was so many monsters, and those were all crazed fans. You got that many crazed fans. Surely they were over-exaggerating that comic. Yeah. Like, that was like 20 people that somehow snuck into the house and all, and only the hook guy was the one who was seen throughout the entire time. And assuming they came in from the basement, then they were all hiding down there that whole time, I guess, in the dark. And then when we got scared by our boyfriend, we went up, and then they came out while we were sleeping. Or did they come in just while we were sleeping, or irrelevant of that earlier like bump in the basement? Way more than 50. More than 50. I thought you were saying when we were 50 monsters, but you were talking about the object show. It's a YouTube thing. It's hard to describe because there's like 50 of them. Yeah, there weren't 50 monsters. That was a lot of monsters, but I don't think it was 50. It was like probably at least 20 or something. Perler beads are beads you can iron after making a design with them. Oh yeah, like you can make kind of like semi-pixel arts, except they're like round. Yeah, those are cool. And they're like plastic, and you lay them out and you iron them, and then can we get out of here? This game is emotionally draining. I feel tired. I was already tired before this though, so when how close to her birthday did this happen? It must have happened within a few days, because I don't think you typically leave like a, what is this, a cookie? A cake? A cookie? Ah. What was that? It sounded like a train. That was not a natural sound. Oh yeah, we can go back in here. So Barbara had like the best access to this secret area.
I guess now I know why Mom didn't like me playing with the music box.
Yeah, but it's interesting that the music box was reported on, and the secret passages within the, because if they the author of that comic book was able to find out about the music box and stuff, then that must have been like publicized. But how did they know that she went to the basement if she probably put the key back? And since her boyfriend and her both, so with the only person who could have told them about the basement being relevant to the beginning was Walter. And it's unclear whether they actually told him about it. So how did they know about the key? Because I feel like that would only be public if it's related to the police investigation. I guess if they were trying to figure out how not the monsters, but the criminals got inside, then they might investigate that. I don't know. Yeah, it's like I don't know. This house feels more creepy because we just went through a tense situation. That that involved this house and places in it, and I'm just like, oh, the monsters are in here right now, right? No, I don't think they are.
All those times I played with the music box and never found the basement key.
Do we have to go to the basement right now? What if I don't want to?
Mom must have locked the third floor stairs on the night we left.
The third floor? Is Walter's room on the third floor? Did I just hear like the sound of a pen dropping? Please don't make ambient noises.
Whenever people ask me about my family, the first thing they always want to know about is Barbara.
Well, I guess they could just Google and find out that you should not ask about her because of... Stop creaking. Stupid old house. You're freaking me out. I think we're gonna just up the brightness. I want it to feel like daytime in here. No, not the audio. It's hard to tell what rooms we've been to from the outside. Okay, so this is Calvin and Sam's room. So did they repaint Sam's side after he enlisted? Who? I bet Edie was the one who did the painting because she's good at painting, right? So this room is that the pink bathroom? And this is Edie's room. So the pink bathroom was a shared bathroom, but it was connected to Edie's room. Ah! That scared me. I don't think it's normally that loud. How do I like the game so far? It's good. I do like story-driven games, and I do like mysteries. It is just, I'm in spooked mode.
The comic was right about there being a key inside the music box near the basement.
Is she trying to hint to me so I don't forget where I'm supposed to be and I don't get lost? I bet that's what that piece of dialogue was about. This is identical to the other. There's another bung collection downstairs that's identical to this. They reused the asset. So Sven also used to live in this room, but I guess they shared a bed. That bed was big, right? I don't know. I kind of forget that if a married couple lives in a room, they don't have two separate beds. I don't know why my brain thought that for a second. I guess I've just lost it. But whose room is this again?
Go check out that music box down by the basement.
Yeah, but whose room is this? Is this Walter's room? So she said that this is a grandfather's room that she kept playing in. I think it is Walter's room. Sam's room we've already been to, unless he got a second room after he moved back or something. Also, this is a whale shark. I recognize that. And this is a mysterious house under the sea. Oh, I bet this is the the house that sank. That's a neat idea for a mural. Ah, why is it so jerky going down these stairs? It makes it spookier. What if I don't want to go into the basement? What would I even find down there? No one's room is down there, right? Unless Sam got a room down there, or is that where Edith, Lewis, and Milton lived? I mean, staying. I'm thinking that the third floor is where their rooms were. Or maybe, well, we are missing Dawn, Gus, and Gregory. Lewis, Milton, and Edith, like their rooms. So I'm thinking the basement has one set of 3, and then the third floor has another set of 3. You keep drawing the bow tie too big and it'll look weird. Yeah, it's hard to get the size right on things. I'm always redrawing things to get the proportion right. The basement is scaring me now, though. They gave me trauma about the basement. Also, I'm low on water. I think I need to refill my water.
If I keep winding the music box, maybe a key will pop out like it did in the comic book.
Go. Thought you were gonna wind it faster. That was some personal information that they put in that. You don't tell strangers where you hide your keys. Why would they tell that to the public? Come on. Oh yeah, I hid my front door key under a flower pot. And that was related to my daughter's murder or something. So, yeah, you can go ahead and publicize that. I mean, I feel like it's... I just wonder, has there... I feel like there's gotta be cases where, like, a crime happens and the police are given additional information, about, like, the context of the situation, like the security of the house, if it's like a break-in, that they, then they have that information, and I wonder if somehow the police leak it to the press when they're not supposed to. Like, how much of a case's information can be made public or is allowed to be made public? I don't know.
Mom said the basement was off limits, unless I wanted another tetanus shot.
Oh, because of the rust. So Sven died from falling from the dragon slide collapsing. So this is basically just left from before he died, and
I saw Edie sneak down to the basement once, carrying packages.
what kind of packages? Oh no, it's
I
the
thought maybe she was hiding presents.
okay.
It turned out she was hiding a lot more than that.
Uh-oh. Did she pick up some engineering skills from her husband? I doubt this was like this when Barbara... Wait. Yeah, when Barbara died. I was trying to make sure I had the right name. What is this can doing here? Is it a booby trap? It's so dark down here and I already turned up the brightness.
I remember asking Mom once about where Walter had gone.
Did Walter disappear too?
She said after Barbara died, he got as far away as he could.
Oh, because of the memories, the trauma. Hey, don't you go collapsing on me. I don't want to die like Sven did, okay? From a collapsed structure. So Walter lived the longest out of the children because he distanced himself. Is kind of the idea I'm getting. As I was drinking, I hurt my lip on my straw. Ow. Ow. You really did shoot me. It hurt. You shot my lip.
If there's
Ow.
a pattern in all these stories,
Is this an apocalypse shelter?
I think it's that none of us has gotten very far.
Yeah. Wait, did Walter just go to the basement? What? Oh, is that what the packages were? Those were for Walter? So he couldn't... He tried to go far away, but he ended up just going to the basement. That's very interesting. This is like a window. It's something that Edie painted. That's so interesting. So after Barbara died... So he was 8 when Barbara died. And he lived for, like... I gotta redo the math again. Hang on. 48 plus 5 is 53. He lived to 53 years old. And if you subtract 8 from that, well, because we started with 48, and that's just 40 plus 5. So when he was 45, he spent 45 years down here? Is that what they're trying to say? I mean, you can't, I'm being honest. Are these places he wanted to travel to, or that he did travel to? Yeah, I don't think... That's one thing that confuses me about... So, Walter, as an 8-year-old, is not going as far away as he could. I'm assuming that his... After, it wasn't the entire time after she died? Yeah, I feel like it was after he was old enough to leave. But after Barbara died, he did have the intention to go as far away as possible, or not interact with the house, I guess. And also, is there a bed in here? There's a shower. Did he sleep on the sofa? Come on, you can give him a bed. Is this for a little exercise bike for him to stay fit? Is this radio still going? I think before we start this, I should refill my water. Hang on. He spent 30 years, so it took a while before disappearing? Or leaving? So are you saying that he stayed 30 years in the basement and then he left? Or that... Or that he... So he didn't die in that room. That would be really sad if he spent, like, 40 years there. Or whatever. Yeah, let me get the, refill my water. Normally I do it during my bathroom break, but I completely forgot. 30 in the basement after leaving to it. So he spent 30... So he got old enough to so-called leave, and then he went to the basement and spent 30 years there. And then he might have left the basement at some point? Is that what you're saying? And it's possible... So if he was 53, and he spent 30 years in the basement, then that is 23 years... Yeah, we're about to learn his story. I just keep doing the math. Yeah, it's 23 years. It's pretty easy for him to stay at the house until he's 23 years and say, I want to leave now, and then he just goes to the basement for 30 years and spends the rest of his days there. Which is a very sad way to live. I bet his mental health was abysmal. But yeah, I need to refill my water. What if I just mute and then grab it and not do the be right back screen? Okay. I'm back. So Sam and Kay are the only ones who had children, is my understanding. Out of, like, the children of Sven and Edie. So Walter didn't marry anyone or have any kids. Or else there would be a leaf by his name, right? Yeah, let's get back to the game. Alright. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, everyone. I can't believe I've been down here for 3 years.
I keep asking questions and then they answer them.
On that first day, after the shaking started, I didn't think I'd survive a week.
What shaking? The first day he came down here? When he was like 20 or something?
But after a few days, I settled into a routine.
Where's the shaking from?
That's what kept me sane.
Why are you down here?
Having a schedule, living for today.
You didn't have to live this way,
I was
right?
expected to be dead tomorrow.
What? Why did he put himself
If you
through
wait
this?
long enough, you get used to anything.
Is there like a train or something coming by?
Even a monster on the other side of the door starts to feel normal.
What? There's a
Almost
monster?
friendly.
Or are you just talking about the fact that there was a monster that on the other side of the door that killed Barbara?
And then one day, everything just stopped.
Why is he's like on the dot, he's opening a can of peaches. Is his diet okay?
Whatever that thing was, it was gone.
Maybe
Maybe you got tired of waiting. Or maybe I just got tired of being afraid.
So you stopped thinking about what happened with Barbara, I guess is the implication of that. But when he did think about it, he just basically was just wanting to die, waiting to die, I guess. 1968, 1976, 2005. Oh, I had the calendar. This is the year he died. He's not going to use a fork to eat those?
It's been a week now.
I guess
The
you'd have to do more
longest in
dishes.
30 years. I'm done waiting. I have to leave. Well, I still can.
A week, the longest in 30 years. A week of what? A week of not feeling bad about what happened with Barbara? The train. Okay. Let's leave. I don't know why this is the way to leave. Did Barbara just... I mean, this basement must have been there before. Made by Sven. I don't think Barbara has the technical know-how to do this all secretly. So that means in the story about Barbara, her boyfriend was just in the entrance of the basement. Tunnels, right? Unless it was closed. Like, more hidden than... Or it was more just like a fringe before, but since no one was using it as a fringe. Sorry, I'm talking over him.
Molly.
What? I missed the first sentence. What did he say?
And Calvin.
What about it? Why does he have a why is he getting a sledgehammer? What is he doing? What is all this? Are these his cans? Is this his landfill? Sweetie, Chris. Just so great. Fiber. A sweet way to start the morning. Pea soup. Pork chunkies. Grade A pork. Uncle Sam's. Well, Sam is his brother, not his uncle. What are you talking about? Walter sounds like Garfield. So what was it that he was saying? Is he trying to kill whatever the curse is?
Maybe this is all a mistake.
What is he doing?
But I need to stop living the same day. Even if it kills me.
Is he breaking out? He could have just gone upstairs and left. I guess he just didn't want to.
Whatever's out there.
How did he fit through that tiny hole?
I'm ready for it.
It took him 30 years to leave.
All of it. Especially the food.
I guess
I don't mind if I learn how to do that.
he's moving on now. Oh yeah, this is his last year.
For a single week. I'd be happy with one new day.
Oh, so there was a train
I can already
right
imagine
near
the sun
there.
on my face.
Oh no. I had a feeling he was gonna get hit by a train. Then how did Edie know that he died? Just that... Did she...
Walter died when I was 6. I can't believe my mom never told me he was down here.
Maybe she didn't know either. But, I mean... Maybe it would be hard not to know.
I'm sure my mom was trying to protect me.
Yeah. How old was she? So she was 6 when he died. And she just told me that. I just forgot. Sorry. So did she ever meet him? They probably found his body on the tracks. And it was in broad daylight, so maybe the train also noticed that they hit someone. I think you would also be able to see blood on the front of the train. Maybe? I don't know how train accidents end up, like what the after effects are, if your body is completely destroyed, or if they notice and stop the train, and so the body's not completely destroyed, because like, I guess I don't want to think about it, so I should probably stop talking. So Walter, he had just gotten the courage to leave, and then he got hit by a train. You would think he would have gotten used to the train schedule and known that it was coming and also not stand on the tracks. I'm just saying, that's a bit odd. He was repeating the same day every year. He got used to the rumbling. And trains typically on the schedule, right? Unless it's not a passenger train, I don't know. That was sad. No one gets a happy ending here. But like, so has Edith met Walter before? Like, did he come up and upstairs and be like, oh, I'm here for like Thanksgiving or something, or for Christmas. I'm just back in town for this. I totally was not underground this whole time. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go to the train area. It's interesting how much you can glean from just a note. That he died from a train. Maybe she doesn't know, but we know. It's like, I don't know. Is dramatic irony the word for that? I just always remember that the word for like, the audience knowing something that the characters don't know has a weird name.
She was afraid I'd end up like Walter.
And hide myself from the world.
But if she never told me about an uncle under the house...
What else was she not telling you?
I can only imagine what else she was hiding.
Yeah.
I don't want to make the same mistakes she made.
I'm surprised they didn't close up the hole.
Trying to bury something that's still alive.
You don't get hit by a train, please. We did hear the train coming by at one point, I believe.
Now that there's only one of us left. Or maybe two.
Maybe two. What do you mean?
I thought it was time I heard the stories for myself.
Maybe two. You mean Milton being missing? I thought that was a done deal. Or is it what? Is it Kay? Because she's still attached. Is Kay still alive? But she's technically not part of the family. Did anyone else go missing? Wait, Milton went missing. Oh, I unplugged my earbuds. Hang on. Two means Milton since he disappeared. Okay, that's what I thought. The monster was the train he didn't know. That's interesting because he was fiddling with the train in his basement. There, in the basement area, there was like a train on the table. But I assume that Kay divorced Sam or something, and that's why she's still attached because she left and she's still alive. That's the only reasoning I can think of for why she's the only one still attached to the branch. Didn't they say that Kay was Sam's first wife?
But now I'm worried the stories themselves might be the problem.
Yeah, it's a lot of emotional emotional baggage to carry.
We believed so much in a family curse. We made it real.
I'm not entirely sure how much of those deaths were actually just the fact that their paranoia made the curse real. I don't think that's how it works. I mean, so we have Barbara. She was just living her dream. Milton's the connection to Unfinished Swan. Yeah, maybe Milton learned all of this when he was, how old was he? 8 plus 3 is 11. He somehow learned all this, and when he's 11, he's like, alright, I'm out of here. You didn't disappear, you ran away. Yeah, the thing about Calvin was negligence. I don't know, I'm pretty sure there's ways to make a swing so that can't happen. First of all, don't have it face a cliff. Second of all, don't let it be able to swing around in a circle, a full circle. And third of all, don't put it on a branch. I know that it didn't end up breaking in the end, but that was also an issue. You wish you were joking when you say that I'm not too far off with Milton? I mean, that's the best explanation I can think of. But it is crazy that he was 11. Like, but you'd think he would have been found if he had just run away. Maybe he's just, like, a genius. Okay. And Barbara, she was just living her dream. She wanted to be an actress. And then she had some crazed fans that came after her and killed her. That's not related to them being paranoid about a family curse. With Molly... wait, how did Molly die again? I'm blanking on that. I think, like, her story was so obscure that I did not understand. Did she starve to death? Or eat something bad and it killed her because she was so hungry? And Odin sank with the house, I believe, is what they were saying. Walter, it was kind of a mixture of people's faults because he clearly just had trauma and mental health struggles. And their solution to that was the worst thing they could have done. Lock him up, basically put him in solitary confinement under the house. Some way to help someone who is struggling after practically witnessing their sister's murder. Like, why would that be the conclusion that you reached, to lock him in the basement? Like, what? Like, it's partly like the end result with him getting hit by a train has some fault with Walter, because if he can see a train, he knows what a train is. There was a toy train in the basement. He was walking on train tracks. Everyone knows you're not supposed to walk on train tracks, right? I don't know. I don't want to victim blame. He was having it rough and was not in a good mental state. But it was just really weird. He could have had a much better ending if they could actually gave him the help he needed. Which is frustrating. Because so far, he was someone who most had it related to, like, mental stuff. Calvin was basically just, like, doing what kids do on the swing. Barbara was just a victim of awful fans. Why are there chairs in the trees? Was there a hurricane or something? Or were people sitting in the trees? Also, this train track is out of commission. Where are these train noises I keep hearing? Or is that the sound of a ship-related sound?
I don't know if I should even be writing this.
Oh, so this is a writing. I mean, a book or something. I don't know. A writing? I don't think that's how you say that. Something that she is writing, not a writing.
Maybe it'd be better if all this just died with me.
Don't say that. Just wait until you hear the unfinished Swans lore. Milton has a child by the time that game happens. That's crazy. I mean, I hope he's living his best life by that point. Because it seems like that doesn't run in the family.
You should know about your family.
Hello? Are you solar powered or something? This face is freaky.
And the history you're a part of.
Am I going in here? No, I don't think I'm going in the sewers. Yeah, no. I mean, it's understandable that she would be curious. Especially since she has no one to just ask the questions of. Like, if she had learned about these things as they happened, then she wouldn't have to go through this and have to learn about all of them at once. Like, in a way, since she shielded her, like, her mom shielded her until she died and was all and left her alone, then she kind of just condemned her to
I feel as lost as you probably
this
do
fate.
right now.
I'm just wondering what the ladder in the ocean is. There's like a weird... Is that just like a platform to hang out on? Or is that like a memorial for... Is this where Calvin died? I remember him getting launched into this general direction. Or a place that looks like this. You're home? I guess welcome home, Soda Pop.
I think the people in these stories believed them, for what that's worth.
Milton had a better life than the other Finches, that's for sure. Unfinished One is more puzzle based. That's good. Good for him. Hopefully, Edith can get her own happy ending. She needs to, I don't know, go out there, meet some people, find her own, I don't know, support system and friends to... I don't know what this black abyss is. That's... Yeah, that didn't help. I'm assuming I go up the stairs. This is just like a weird little patio thing. That, like, light looks eerie. Is that like a buoy or something? Is that the idea? Yeah, Edith seems to be implying that some of these stories might be made up. I mean, Barbara's had some embellishment to it because no one knows what her last moments were like. And now that I think about it, if all that was left of her ear is that she could have still been alive, why did they consider her dead? Is it just because of the track record of the suspect? That he has a history of killing people? These almost seem fake for some reason. You mean like, they're so over the top, and so from Edith's perspective, it's hard to believe. Because from our perspective, it's like, well, we know this is a story, there's going to be some drama, and this is fiction, so it's more believable. From her perspective, this is reality, and this kind of thing just doesn't happen to most families, most people. For some, not for some reason. Oh, some of the stories, you mean? And we still have so many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They just don't touch on the people who married into the family, even if they died.
The house had that history of imagination and stubbornness and madness. Any of it seems possible.
Oh. Just like push the gate open. It had a latch. Or else it would have been open this whole time. Here's where the swing was somewhere around here. I think it was hanging from this tree. Is that a bird squeaking, or is it creaking? Trash only, but it's green. Doesn't that mean recyclables? Where am I going? I've gone turned around. Are we going to the statues?
Been surrounded by death. for so long, we've just gotten used to it.
That does happen. Like I personally...
What kind of family finishes building a cemetery before starting the house?
I mean, a cemetery is easier to build than a house. And if someone did just die, you're gonna want to put them somewhere, right? I think that's somewhat normal, especially considering the circumstances that they arrived here at during. What I was saying is that in my family, just due to like the age, I don't know, what's the word for like this distribution, I guess? Like most of the members of my family that were like close and lived close to me to where I could actually interact with them, I guess. Most of them were grandparents and old. So I've been to a lot of funerals. And I feel like when you're a kid and you never... Sorry, why am I getting choked out? Like, with grandparents, I think it's pretty common that as a kid you don't get to know them.
It's embarrassing for me to admit this, but...
So the funerals just feel different than they might feel to, like, your parents. And it's easy to get more desensitized to them, I think. Or not, I don't know, feel a sense of
The pet
loss.
cemetery made me more uncomfortable than the human one.
Why?
3 of the gerbils are mine. 2 had been my fault.
Oh. And there's also all the birds. Shadow, Oliver, Bob, Christopher. Which ones are your gerbils? Bailey, that must be a dog? Because it has a house? What does the house shape mean? So these are all of Edie's birds. This fish, bunny, and then there's some other unmarked ones. Coco. Cause like she was built. She was not built. Edith was born in 1999. So any deaths before that are unrelated to her. So where are the
Sven built the house, but it was Edie who designed the cemetery.
Molly Finch. Oh wait, we get the months and the dates of their deaths. We get more detail. Time to do more math. So it was 2 days after her 10th birthday that she died. So that means 2 days after her birthday, she got sent to her room without dinner and locked in there. Right after a celebration? Is that really how you should handle things with your kids? I don't know. I've heard that the suggestion is to never use food as a way to punish your kids. Like you shouldn't withhold food from them as a punishment. Because like the key responsibilities of a parent are to provide food and shelter and clothing for your kids, basically. And it's weird to punish your kids with something that you're supposed to give them by default. It's like saying, well, because you did something I didn't like, I'm just not going to do my job. So Calvin died at age 11, and that was several months after his 11th birthday. So Edith hasn't been back here since her brother died. But Edie was her gravestone has been engraved. So the mom must have done that because there was only 3 people left when her brother died. And I think it's interesting that they didn't put her full name Edith and then put Edie in the middle and then Finch. Because that's typically the way I've seen it written. And why is it just a bunch of letters? Just random letters? Well, the letters for Finch are in there. And the remaining ones are K, D, E, T, and B. And U. That's not going to spell anything that I can think of. So Sven died. We get years for Sven as well. So Sven died long before Edith was born. Several decades. And he lived for, okay, it was almost 50 years minus 1. So, right? Almost 50 years. And you subtract 1, that's 49. So she lived like to be almost double his age. That's pretty sad. Walter Finch is the one who died in the train. They put like a cave and him inside. Oh, we can really zoom in. Oh, hey. Just him looking out. His last moments is what it feels like. He just got out of the cave, but there's no train track. I wonder if Edith already had this topper made in advance for hers. Barbara Finch, she was a star. Oh, she died on the day of her birthday. I had been wondering how soon to her birthday. She died on her birthday. But that was not mentioned anywhere in her story, which was weird. Like, you saw her 16th birthday cake, but they only said that she was going to a monster convention or something? Or did they say it was her birthday?
I'm sure Odin's monument had been Edie's idea. My mom was always trying to move on, but for Edie, the past never went away.
From a distance, I thought he had, like, butt cheeks. It's just his coat, though. I was like, that's a bit weird, but okay. This is the house that sank, I guess. Is that, yeah, so this is Edie and Sven as they were sent off in the boat while Odin sank down with the house. And Sven is cradling their daughter, their newborn daughter, Molly.
She could see it poking out of the water at low tide.
Is that the old house? There's a light on at the house. Who's over there? Alright, I hope that Sven and not Sven. Sven's dead. Oh, no, the way I said that was also bad. There's lights, there's civilization. Why don't we go over there instead of being at this gloomy, scary, spooky place? How about that? We need a break. Let's go, I don't know, to a nice restaurant or something. Everyone thinks that Odin is caked up. Yeah, I figured that was like a common thing that people thought. But I figured I would just voice it just so people knew. And there's a little platform. I'm convinced that is related, like a... But there's nothing on it, but I feel like it's a memorial to Calvin. Like, he really flew an unfathomable distance. Like, and... Because didn't he fly out to here? He flew, like, in a distance that just wasn't very believable. You think the letters are because she liked creating stories? She also liked painting. Okay. Oh.
Edie said she dreamed about the old house every night.
Is the light so that boats don't hit it? Yeah, it ran aground on the rocks. Did she miss the old house? Like, she was already an adult when it sank, so... But...
Edie's side was always easier for me to understand.
If I'm being honest, if you have a family curse, why would you do something as reckless, or if you believe you have a family curse, why would you do something as reckless as turning your house into a boat and going, out to sea with it? You have to agree he looked like he had cake. Yeah, Barbara also had cake on her desk. Which is... One thing to note is that his family was so obsessed with leaving the rooms untouched that they just let food rot. I understand.
The older I get, the more I can see where my mom was coming from.
Oh, Sam. Gregory?
Her dad had been pretty strict, but it wasn't enough to save her brothers. She was just trying to do better.
Gus, Sam, Gregory, those are her brothers. And here's...
She lost 2 of her brothers, just like I did. I get why she tried so hard to protect us.
Was Milton an artist? Oh, wait, you did say that the other one is about painting. The other game that is involved with him had a painting. Hey, Shepherd Array. How's it going? He probably thought he could leave the curse behind, like leave it behind on land. I mean, he had the right idea of moving. Well, not that anything came of it. So they seem pretty cursed, but, you know. It's interesting that he doesn't, that their father does not have, I don't know. Like, they kept the Finch last name even though their mother married someone outside the family. I mean, of course you wouldn't marry someone inside the family. Everyone's dead. The only ones left were her brothers at some point. They died pretty early. I don't know. I haven't calculated their... But she doesn't have a gravestone. She's supposed to be right here, I think. But the last person left after she died is, Edith, and she's just coming back now. So I guess that's on our to-do list. We need to make a gravestone for our mother. And this, Milton's doesn't have an end date.
Milton's body, so my mom insisted we were putting up a monument, not a tombstone.
I mean, that's understandable. There's an incense. I guess they didn't get a topper made because they left in a hurry. I guess they were trying to escape the curse. They were like, we just gotta get out of here. This was the last straw.
There's so many things I wish I could ask my mom now. Part of me thinks this is what she wanted all along. For me to come back someday and find everything out for myself.
And get overwhelmed? I think that was a bad plan, if I'm being honest. I'm thinking that, I don't know. I was gonna say that, like, maybe this tree is the one that had the swing on it and they cut it down. But then I remembered Edith said that she almost did the same, she tried to do the same thing that Calvin did. Which makes me wonder, why did they keep the swing up? He died in 1961. She was born in 1999. Like, I understand wanting to preserve the past. But you preserved his entire half of the room. You didn't need to preserve the cause of his death. That death trap of a swing. Oh, the swing's right there. I see it now. That stupid swing. Why do you even exist? Why would someone put you here? Do you see this drop? What lunatic thought that was a good idea? Like, yeah, this tree is a nice tree. It might be good for putting a swing on. But putting it here? No, find a better tree. You don't even have to have a tree. You can just build a wooden structure. Like, if this is how Sven did his construction, then maybe it makes sense that his slide collapsed. I'm just saying. But the house seems fine, so I guess he's not that bad. I don't know.
But looking back on it now,
you could go into so much depth about Unfinished Swan, but spoilers. Wait, what did she just say? I just forgot. I'm sorry. And I wasn't paying full attention. I was looking at Rose reading chat. I'm sorry. What did she say?
if she told me there was going to be so much climbing.
Yeah, at a certain point, I would just think of just prying open all these doors so I don't have to go convoluted routes.
I was 22 weeks pregnant.
What? You're pregnant? I did not notice that. So you do... Wait, you're 17! Why are you pregnant? I thought that she was single and in high school. So she hasn't mentioned any significant others. Is she crazy? Well, since she came here alone, I don't know if there's if the baby's father's in her life anymore. Or if he's alive. I don't know. Can we go up the ladder? Thank you.
I never met Grandpa Sam, but I think he and my mom had a lot in common.
Most tame reaction you've seen to the pregnant line? What was my reaction? I mean, and now we can look at it. Yeah, I honestly kept thinking that we were looking down at her chest, and I was not really registering because I didn't have a reason to look down this far, okay? And honestly, it's really hard to tell from this angle if someone just has a bit of belly or if they are pregnant. Can you open this? I bet it's full of rotten food, knowing this family and how well they clean up when someone dies, they're just like, well, that space was theirs. We're just gonna leave it alone. All the rats and roaches can just come in. I'm surprised we haven't seen a single roach yet. If this was a horror game, we would have had a roach jump scare by now. But it's not a horror-focused game. Yeah, there was some horror. Ah, the bear.
Intense.
I did get scared a bit by the bear. She talking about Sam?
Sam spent his life shooting photos, but Mom said he got nervous being in front of the camera. I guess we're all afraid of something.
That's interesting. He also spent his life shooting animals, is what it looks like. That's what I thought she was gonna say. I mean, he got pretty old. He's got a light hair. Though he could have been blonde this whole time. I wouldn't know. So this is her grandfather. Your headcanon is that, like, her child's father is alive and he loves her very much, but just dislike the idea of going to the house and refuse to go. Yeah, that's also a possibility. But if I'm being honest, if your wife is, how many months pregnant did she say? I don't know, 2 months? If your wife is, or significant other or whoever is pregnant and they insist on going somewhere and you don't like it and they go anywhere, you go with them. How about that? It's better than them going alone and something happening and you don't know what happened to them. So I don't think that headcanon flies with me. Or he's either a coward or a jerk. Is what I feel like is the case. He's a coward, a jerk, or dead. That's what I think are the options here. So typically at the memorials we see all kinds of stories. So I'm gonna explore the bedroom first because I like having the teasers from the room. Here's a tripod, a hat, a cowboy hat. Yeehaw! Oh, the stupid bear, get out of my way.
Instead of hiding from death, Sam seemed to go out of his way to meet it.
In the war? I mean, it's also possible he was trying to escape from reality in a way. Going somewhere that is totally far from his family, totally unrelated to his family, and where he would be in like stressful situations so he wouldn't have to think about any pain, I guess. But it is interesting that even after getting married and having kids, that he came back to this house instead of just getting his own house. Like, yeah, the house is cool and all, but it's not. I don't know, with its history, I think it's best if you do not raise your kids here. Or live here, period. That cat is pointing at something. And there's also a squirrel. It's probably looking at the squirrel, but it looks like it's pointing. It's like, do you see this? Do you see these proud soldiers? It's giving a lecture to the squirrel. This is what the soldiers, the mighty soldiers, do for our country. Do you understand that? And the squirrel just eating an acorn. Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to eat here and you're just telling me all this stuff. Okay. Howdy, folks. My friend told you to throw a plush as a joke and you didn't. I don't know, but the way it landed made you laugh. Like just now? You threw a... Well, someone threw a squeaky toy in my face. That's basically a pledge. I don't know if that was intentional to be relevant to the chat, but I think that's funny regardless. And also, I need to go to the bathroom again. Okay. Is this her airline ticket? Or did she... Did she mail him an airplane ticket like, come to me, leave that awful house behind, and that pink room that I decked out, the pink bathroom. So these are her belongings. I guess she left. I don't know. Good on her, I guess. I don't know the circumstances just yet. Because honestly, I can't fully say good on her, considering that it feels like she left her kids behind. Which is not a good look. Yeah, I do need to go to the bathroom. Hang on. My mouse, I bumped my mouse. My mouse has a button on it that changes the sensitivity, and I was like, why is it so hard to move my mouse around? Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. Wait. I always lose track of what I'm muting. Hang on. Bye. I'm back. Yeah, I just realized that Sam has 2 rooms in this house. Because he has the one that he shared with Calvin. And then he has his new room that when he moves back in. Fun fact, when you get to Milton's story, the song that plays is the same as the title theme for Unfinished Swan. That's cool. Okay. I'm glad we got past the spooky part, which was quite a while ago, but still. I don't know. The creaks in the house are quite. They do still bother me. Stop creaking. And can we just close this door, please? I don't like leaving doors open. I really feel like in exchange for their family curse, they just ward off bugs. No bugs are coming in, no bugs are eating all the rotten food they leave lying around. Because even if you leave the food and it goes raw, the insects get to it first, right? Like the cake in Barbara's room. Yeah, this house really creaks. I don't think I could sleep here or live here. Are we here at nighttime? Did we get here in the day? Is she really thinking of sleeping in this creepy place? Well, he likes photography, right? Taking an old man picture. I don't know, that sounds weird. Is that his wife? Or her mom?
Dawn, I promise, you'll never forget this weekend.
Yes, sir.
These memories are gonna last a lifetime.
Hmm?
Is it because you're gonna die?
Am I gonna have to shoot anything?
It's a hunting trip, Dawn. Shooting is strongly
Oh.
encouraged.
I can move around. I mean, look around. Eh.
Shouldn't we be leaving?
Just want to get a shot of you, Dawn, then we can take off.
What?
Oh.
What?
I keep forgetting about the arrow keys.
It's gonna rain the whole weekend, isn't it? Please just take the damn picture.
Hey, language.
Odin Finch Trail Map. Is Odin Finch National Park real? I'm still wondering about that.
I will never forget this weekend, Dad.
I thought we were taking a picture of the car.
Spirit. Smile, Dawn. Okay, got it.
I'm gonna take some pictures, okay?
Just be careful. The camera's older than you are.
We're on the funny death. Did he die in a goofy, silly, funny way that made everyone be like, haha, yeah, he just died. Oh well. Anyways. Oh, some longs. What am I taking a picture of?
Aw.
What am I taking a picture of? Made you laugh at least? I'm taking a picture of like a... Am I looking for like Bigfoot or something? Like I can only... It only focuses if I zoom crazy close. Where is my daughter? I'm assuming I'm supposed to take a picture of her. Where is she?
Definitely should not have drunk all that coffee.
Am I gonna get a jump scare? Are you peeing right now? What is happening?
Nothing wet like being outside.
Okay. Oh, there
Still
he
wanna
is.
take a picture of you.
Hey!
That's a keeper.
I couldn't find the den that whole time.
Just saying, I'm not always gonna be here, Dawn. You'll need to remember this stuff if you want to survive.
Well, he's gonna die in a second.
You know who else thought he was gonna be fine?
Your
the guy
dad?
who died?
Your brother?
Dawn, I'm being serious.
Your grandfather?
You're always serious. Doesn't being out here make you want to chill out?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't been out here in 20 years.
Well, I sure hope nothing dangerous has occurred.
Last time I was with my brother Calvin.
Here.
Man, that was a great trip.
That is a long time ago.
Grandpa Sven taught us how to fish, how to build a fire.
That means you were at most 11 years
Logging
old.
trail, with deer everywhere.
Did you shoot them?
I bet if I could remember where that trail was, we'd spot a buck for you in no time. Dawn, don't you think you could find something more interesting to photograph? Give me a minute to check the map.
Public meeting. Oh, not public meeting, public hunting. Hunting season. Poems by Emily Dickinson.
Let's see.
Red bean soup? Then why is the can green?
Maybe. Was it? Could have been.
What am I taking a picture of? Snacker. Stackers.
Good eyes, Dawn. Before you take the shot, let me get a picture of it.
She looks pretty creepy zoomed in like that.
Just... Let me get behind you.
So they shot the deer with the camera, and then they're shooting it with a gun?
You don't have to do anything. But if you want to survive, you'll need to be strong.
Well, I don't think we're being threatened by this deer, so I would say no, we don't need to shoot it. That has nothing to do with survival.
Elbows down, like we practiced. Whenever you're ready.
Being a menace to the wildlife or needlessly threatening their lives has nothing to do with with being strong, right? I don't know. I know that there can be population issues with wildlife, especially deer, where they need to be, people need to hunt them. Ah, that scared me.
Great shot, Dawn.
It was very pixelated gun though. Why did you shoot if you knew you weren't gonna like this?
I'm proud of you, Dawn. Always remember that, okay? Sorry, Dawn. Just gotta reset the timer.
Oh, I'm supposed to get both of you or something? Oh. I didn't realize I could move him.
Hang on, kiddo. Just trying to get a shot of the two of us together.
Come on, go. We got a speed run.
Dad, it's twitching. I think
That's
it's
totally normal, Dawn. Just focus on the camera. Try not to think about...
Dad!
Karma. Now, was that really a good idea?
That's the one I wish most that my mom had told me.
No wonder she wanted to be strong. That was like basically the last thing he told her. And that's traumatic for Dawn and also stupid of Sam. He forced his daughter to shoot something that when she didn't want to, and then that would be a good idea to go up there on a cliff too, and then he got knocked off. And it was like, I don't know, I think at least 80% of that was his own fault. Like, Molly had, like, no fault. I still don't understand her death, so I don't know. Barbara had no fault. Calvin, can you really, like, blame a kid for doing kid things? Odin, yeah, it was kind of his fault. Walter, it was... You can't blame Walter. And Sam, it was his fault. So what did she do with the deer afterwards? And what is she supposed to do? So what is this picture then? So is this not her first time going deer hunting? Is that the infamous swing? Uh-oh. Why would you put a picture of you on the swing that killed your brother? Bad idea. Let me out. Where do I go now? I did my job. Let me go. Molly died from poison. She ate the holly berries. Okay. I wasn't sure if those were plastic or not. But yeah, it was. I think that is a lesson for parents in the future to not lock their kids in their room and not feed them. Like, I suppose, I mean, not that it's okay to not feed your kids, but at least don't lock them in their room. Come on, you can do it. I'm just glad this is not, like, fully a horror game. Oh, whoops. Oh no. I've had like a childhood fear of these like crinkly aluminum things. So I once watched a movie where that was where a big fire started, so I always thought that they were going to catch fire.
After Sam died, my mom and Edie got really close. They both lost a lot.
Everyone in this family has lost a lot. Finch control. Is this a, Milton's? Is that his name? Milton. There's a baby in there! Ah! I feel like I got, like, teasers for Gregory's death already. I clicked on a clip of someone playing the game and didn't realize that they were playing this game, and there was a bathtub and a kid in the bathtub, and the mom walked away, and that was when I closed the video. So I think from that you can kind of get the general idea of what happened, and it was probably the parents' fault, if I'm being honest. Maybe that's why they divorced. Why is he so nastily happy? I'm sorry, that face is creepy. It's like a Twitch emote or something. Why would he do that? Yeah, this is why they divorced, as I suspected. I thought that the mom was the one who left the baby alone. So why is... I don't know. Is he the one divorcing her? No, she's divorcing him. Yeah, we just put it back. I didn't know we could do that. They have little bitty lockers. Strength, respect, teamwork. Oh, that's because their dad was in the military. It's a backpack.
I can't imagine my mom ever writing poetry yet.
So her bed is wiped clean. Dawn is the eldest. No, Gregory's the... No, Dawn is the oldest. Gus was born a year later, and then Gregory several years later, but he only lived for, I don't know, probably less than a year. I didn't look at the gravestone closely. And Gus lived to his teens, I believe. 13? You get a lot of math practice in this game. I thought it said no praying outside. It's like, oh, that's an interesting thing. They all have their own light switches. No answering door for strangers. No messages after dark. No, all chores before dark. Respect others. I mean, his sister did have some situation with answering the door for strangers. How did that comic book even know that someone rang the doorbell? Oh, no. The brother heard the doorbell, never mind. So I guess since no one was at the door, then it was kind of assumed that it was just another monster person. They raised the flag at 7:30 a.m. Breakfast, quiet time. Is this a... Greg's responsibility is to be a baby. That's funny. Dawn is sweep and trash. Gus is mop and mow yard. What if you want to mow and then mop the yard? Just because they're similar words. It's funny. And you have to do exercise routine. Run to mailbox and back. That's quite a distance. We started at the mailbox basically, right? So, is this the third floor or the attic? I wish we had a map. Like, there was part of a map in Molly's room, but she died so long ago that it's not really relevant anymore. I guess we'll start with the baby, because it's pretty... I think it's straightforward. I was wondering why they didn't talk about their divorce yet, and I realized it's because they had that story's relevant to one of the kids.
Do you remember the way Gregory used to laugh when he thought he was alone? Like something funny was happening, but only he could see it.
And here's the bathtub.
I think he saw things the rest of us don't.
What am I doing with this frog? Why is this duck obsessed with this frog? Pull the plug before you leave, ma'am. Get back here. At least leave that open so it... Uh-oh.
I wonder what he saw.
Duckies and bubbles is what I see. What if I just want to wait for my mom to come back? I can jump.
Lost in his imagination. Whatever it was he saw.
I love this frog. It's so fun and cute. Oh, these people following the frog are so silly too. They're like, yes, we'll follow you, our leader. It's like the frog jumps on them. I don't see how this could go wrong in any way. Uh-oh, the frog's gonna hit the faucet, isn't it? How about we just hang out for a bit, okay? Ah, the ducks. They're in a circle now. What if I want to just unplug it? How about we unplug this? How about we unplug this? What if I want to escape? Let me out of here. Yeah, see, the water level isn't bad right now, so unless the baby slips, they're not gonna drown. So I'm thinking that they want us to hit the faucet and cause it to start filling with more water until the baby drowns. But what if I don't want to do that? It's so cruel how games will do this sometimes, where they're like, yeah, you know that outcome is death, and tragic, but we're gonna put it into your hands and make you do the action that causes it. What if I just want to play with the frogs and its friends? Get the whale toy? Yay. Yay, a new friend. He's stuck. Flip him over. Now we can just have a party. Oh, we can knock the letters off. What does that say? Does the letters, are they just supposed to be Edie guiding us or something? I did an achievement. Like we put a letter on the whale. Did we get new friends? New friends. They're all my friends. We're supposed to aim for the shampoo bottle.
I know how silly it sounds.
Success.
But I worried about a baby being too happy. But I could feel him slipping away.
Sorry about that, Gregory.
I know you did everything you could.
Oh, so he didn't drown in the
I
bathtub.
hadn't called that night.
Hold on, I don't want
I bet he slipped and hit his head. I'm worried that if I use it WASD, then I was right about the faucet. It was suspicious. And we can just listen to this for a bit. We can just hang out. Take a breather. I mean, this is the most fun... Oh. most fun... death sequence, if that makes sense. But it is another one of those tragic ones where it's like it's like watching a train crash. You know what's coming.
I wish he could have told us about the world he saw. There's so much I don't understand.
Poor baby.
I agree. About everything.
I think it's interesting that she asked for a divorce when she was the one who left him unattended. They must have already had issues before, or she asked for a divorce before that.
I'm sure he's happy. He'd want you to be happy too.
That's so sad.
Okay. Love, Sam.
Why does that baby have such a creepy smile? Like, I don't know, maybe, like, when babies make a smile in real life, it's a lot cuter than when it's drawn. I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to draw a baby without it being, creepy. Where's the frog toy? I guess. Oh, there it is. Hey, it's a frog toy. They didn't get rid of it. Yeah, honestly speaking though, that faucet handle must have been the loosest faucet handle known to man, because there's no way a little flimsy plastic frog is going to push it down to that degree. Just saying. But honestly, that doesn't mean that what we just witnessed is what happened. He could have just gotten up and pulled it himself. That's completely possible. And like, that's just one of those, this is one of those like unfortunate deaths where it's like when a baby dies and it could have been avoided if their parents were actually supervising them, then it's just like, at what point do you call it just a tragic accident, and at what point do you say that there was some blame to the parents, you know? Because I don't know, in some ways the fact that their child died is their punishment, and it's rude to blame them when they're grieving, I guess. I just think it's good as a for I feel like with how many accidents like that happen, that new parents should know better than to leave super young children unattended. I'm just saying. The frog was meant to represent Gary's own hand, not the toy itself. Yeah, I think so too. Like I mentioned before, was the with psychological horror stuff, I end up taking it very literally. And I so I ended up missing like the real things that, and like the hints and the details. I thought that said a poem for girls. I was like, what does that have to do with this? What? That book just says dead. Ready, set, dead. That's interesting.
A poem for Gus, who always said the wedding was a bad idea. Our father never hit us kids, at least not very hard, before the day my brother said with teenage disregard that he'd be dead before he'd see a wedding in our yard.
Is this his second wife? Did he die from a kite? Did he die at the wedding? Was Sam gonna marry another person and then this just totally ruined it? Oh, we're supposed to collect the other ones. I was just playing with the kite. What does this say? Is it gonna turn it forward if we fly past it?
My father made him come, of course, but Gus stood far apart, just flew his kite and bottled up the storm inside his heart.
I guess.
I tried to talk him out of it, but though he'd never met her, we don't need a stepmom, were the words that I know.
Husband and wife. Make it right.
I can't crash the wedding with the kite. Where's the rest of the text? I'm not really sure how someone can die from flying a kite.
When the time for photos came, Dad ordered him to
Come here.
But Gus declined, and as a sign held up his middle finger.
Uh-oh. I don't think we're facing the dad, though.
The wind picked up, and panicked geese appeared and quickly went. But all the humans did that day was go inside the tent.
Maybe there's a storm. Like a hurricane or something. But he stayed outside, didn't he? Uh-oh.
Rain came down in buckets then, but no one seemed afraid that nature might destroy the tent our dad had crudely made.
And this is like Katamari picking up all this stuff.
The thunder sounded much
I like this.
and full of angry power.
Oh, is it? He's getting electrocuted?
Make the music louder.
Well, then you won't be able to hear the screams of your son dying if you have the music that loud. Did the tent hit him? Is it a tornado?
I could truly say I thought about you on that day. Out there on the beach alone, just you, the wind, the sea, and foam. But I didn't. Until we found you. She never talked about him, but Mom told me once if I was a boy, they were going to name me Gus.
So that one was clearly like a stretch of the the totem pole looks like it's about to fall when the tent hits. You think he was crushed by it? Milton's next. Alright, I guess from this point onward, hey, I don't want to close it. We're going in order of death at this point, right? Milton, then Lewis, then Edie, then Dawn, and then me. Oh no, we're dead. Oh, that's not what I mean. Okay. Where do we go? This looks suspicious.
My mom moved up to the loft after her brothers died.
So that's why her bed was gone. Does she have like an
At the
adult
time,
room
It
though?
was as far away as she could get.
India. Isn't her husband Indian? Is that the significance? Pack, fly to India. 10 ways to teach critical thinking. For the homeschool student and teacher. I guess she was homeschooling her kids. I guess she wanted to, she was doing like volunteer stuff. In India. Milton's your favorite story? It seems like it's gonna be the most interesting. Because I don't know, I feel like Edie very easily could have died of old age, but we know that's, with this family's track record, I doubt that's gonna happen.
Religion was another thing my mom never talked about, but I think it helped her a lot after her dad died.
I would hope she has something to lean on after her dad died in front of
She
her.
spent a summer building houses in Calcutta, where she met my dad, Sanjay.
What happened to your dad? A fire pole? Is that how her mom died? She went down the fire pole wrong? I'm just kidding. I'm assuming that the two of them were living together before her mom died. Wait, what is the current year in this game? I don't think they mentioned that. So we don't know how long it's been since, wait, never mind. So Dawn died this year, never mind. Because she's 17. So Dawn died this year, her mom died this year. Where am I going now? They had the fire pole. I didn't see anything else up there. 2017. So it's like before her 18th birthday, I guess. Because she's 17 right now. And so she was born in 1999, and it's at least 2016, which is also when her mom died. Milton's is the shortest, but it's technically the longest because of Unfinished Swan. Meal, ready to eat. 12 meals, A/A. Blah, blah, blah. Where am I going? Go back to Dawn. She can leave through the window. Why did they give me a fire pole then? I guess it's because you might go up the rock wall before looking at the brothers. I wonder how much they block you from accidentally skipping other stories. It kind of seems like, I don't know, you can't do, did it always take her this long to get up here? Oh, here we go.
My mom moved to India a week after graduation and got a job teaching English. Lewis was born a year later. When my dad died, I don't think Mom knew where else to go.
Oh, so they used to live in India, I guess. They each had their own
I'm
garden
sure he
area.
was happy to have her back.
Yeah, because at this point, Edie was all alone, right? Let me see. Walter was there. We don't know when her dad died, but it was sometime after 1999. And the ones that were still alive after 1999 are Edie and Walter. So when they moved back, it was probably Edie and Walter that were the ones in the house together. Just interesting. So Edie was technically alone at this house for a few years, but Walter was in the basement. But she didn't come down there and keep him company. I guess he didn't want it. You've seen people skip Walter's, Gurry's, and Gus's before? How do you skip Walter's? That's weird. But, yeah, I guess. But is it possible to get Walter's early if you just keep winding the music box, or does it stop you? I feel like it would. That would kind of...
And to see kids in the house again.
It would kind of be awkward to, skip, parts of the story. I feel like with the stories, I don't think, like, allowing people to skip parts can mess up their enjoyment.
The house had to get a little bigger, but Edie was used to that.
So they expanded the house? Even though they had plenty of rooms, they were just full of all the deceased relatives' things. Okay.
And for a while, things were good.
How about little school? Is there homeschool? That's cute that they have a whole school. Lewis rules. They were writing out everyone's names, even though they haven't met any of them. Milton hasn't been turning in his homework. Didn't last. Scientific method. I know the scientific method. Our family history, fact or fiction? I guess it's all fiction because there's nothing there. I guess they had a class hamster. A little library. I wonder how many parents at homeschool can afford to have their own little mini school. The curse, myth, history. Right, Edith Finch. So the main character made this. I wish we could read it because I think the curse part is interesting. But that's where the ship is, not the ship, the house is sinking. I think it's stuff that we already went over. Oh, it's the taxonomy.
Beginning of the end was Milton's 10th birthday, when Edie gave him a castle.
A castle? Leviathan new game. Are you trying to test the Leviathan thing? Did it work though? Did saying Leviathan work? No, that's so sad. So, where are their rooms if Milton gets a castle? Are they like downstairs? He's got a mustache and a crown. I can't believe he had a mustache at 10 years old. And we can snoop. There's a little bed in there. There's a castle. And there's some blood on the floor. No, it's paint. It's paint.
After Milton disappeared, the only thing he left behind was a room full of paintings.
Nice. Can we get inside? Oh. There we go. The mustache and stuff is basically his signature. Can enter through the window. Okay. I wonder if her mom knew that she was pregnant before she died. I like this room though. I'd love to have just a room for art. I know this also has a bed, so it's not exactly that. I just don't have any space right now to work on art in like a freeing way without like hitting something or worrying about getting something dirty. Milton. Lots of paint. I bet it's all dried up. I guess he took after Edie. The magic paintbrush.
Milton Finch in The Magic Paintbrush.
All his art is from Unfinished Swan. So he painted this stuff, and then in the sequel they just reused his art that he made as a kid. I mean, he's a really talented artist if he's making these at 10 years old in the first place. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, it's a flip book. It did not look that thick. Hang on, okay. Wait. What? Magic paintbrush. Anything you paint comes to life, I think, is the idea. There's a flipbook section. Oh, there's the door. Sorry, I don't know how I'm supposed to keep it going. He goes inside. Oh, I guess he's trying to say that that's how he left. That's where he went.
I was 4 when Milton disappeared.
Can you give us more information than that? Yeah, if this game had come out before the Unfinished Swan, then this would be very unsatisfying, I would assume. The Unfinished Swan in his reality is his reality. He drew it and left to the Unfinished Swan. So he doesn't really have a magic paintbrush, but I'm assuming he uses talent and art to escape the Finch family and be self-sufficient as an 11-year-old, which is crazy. I don't really understand how you could run away at 11 years old and make a living for yourself, I guess, and no one be like, hey, where did this kid come from? Where is his parents? Is he a runaway child? Like, what do you do? Do you just go in and get adopted or something? I was just trying to figure out how we went down that little hole.
Then she sealed the doors.
It's interesting how disappearances are not very common in the Finch family. It's like like we could pretend that Walter and Barbara technically disappeared as well, but we know Walter's fate but like Barbara, no one knows if Barbara died. I'm trying to think, like, of the stuff that they told us about each of these deaths, which ones were the most clear-cut? Like, Sam, I think, was the most clear-cut. It wasn't, like, any psychological stuff, like, oh, this kind of happened. He just got kicked. Not kicked, but he got smacked by a deer and fell off a cliff. Barbara's was pretty straightforward, too, except for the ambiguity of the moment she died and whether she's actually dead. He does have one. That's how he escaped the curse. Have one what? I forgot what I had said before. He lived in the reality of unfinished swan for an unknown amount of years, long enough to have a kid. So he does have superpowers or whatever. He does have, like, the ability to go into a painting. A magic paintbrush. That's pretty crazy. So I would assume that the curse is also likely real. I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't... Whether there's a curse or not, there is something wrong with this family and their luck. I think that alone counts as a curse. Yeah, Calvin's is straightforward too, that he just flew through the air with the swing. And then, Walter's is straightforward. And we didn't really worry about Odin, honestly. Gregory's was more whimsical. Like, Molly and Gregory and Gus were the most, like, whimsical. I feel like the younger they are, the less we know about the exact situation, because the adults at the time also didn't know them well enough to fully understand their thought process, I guess. It's not fully explained how he really got one, but he does have one. And he passed it on to his kid when he died eventually. That sounds like spoilers. But, yeah, that is cool. Now, if only he could meet Edith one day. And they could be like, hey, we're not alone.
Mom didn't want it getting out.
So Milton knew about probably knew a lot of the stuff that we never learned.
Mom definitely blamed Edie, but I think Lewis blamed himself.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Milton wasn't able to confide in his siblings about anything that he saw, or the paintbrush.
More and more time in his room until Mom got him a job at the cannery.
That doesn't sound like a fun job. I don't think that would help anyone's mental health. They're locking themselves in their room. Oh, wow. A dead end. So did they like commission, did they pay someone to build this extra bit of the house? Because there's no way Edie in her old age could build this herself, and Sven is dead, so. Is this a boat? It's an old boat. Is this sturdy? What is this called?
Lewis's room smelled very, very familiar. That part of him lived on.
Yeah, I guess we get the gist of why the smell is familiar. You gotta go. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you for coming. Wait, how much more do I have? Just 3 more, right? I don't want to stay up too late. You got really excited talking about the game and forgot? Well, it's fine. If it's more of a puzzle game, then you can still get enjoyment from it without knowing the
Finch,
story.
As Lewis's psychiatrist, I can understand your desire for an explanation. As I see it, the trouble began in January, shortly after we convinced your son to seek treatment for substance abuse. Newly sober, I believe Lewis first noticed the monotony of his daily life.
Yeah. I was saying that
Kept working at the cannery.
the cannery was a bad idea.
But he withdrew part of himself.
He's gonna put his hand in the chopper or something like that.
In our sessions, I saw the same behavior. His mind began
To do what? What is that?
wander.
Oh, there's a little guy. Who cares about cannery work? I mean, I can relate to this. When I'm doing something monotonous, my mind starts to wander and it makes me sleepy and it's annoying. But I just... What are you supposed to do?
I asked him to describe it. He said he started small. Imagining a labyrinth. He'd feel his way about. Then something moved. Bats. And toads.
Toads? That's not a bad thing. Toads are cute. I want to hang out with the toads, not chop these fish heads, okay? Are they trying to test how well I can do 2 things at once? I'll prove I'm capable. Big bones, big bones.
Have not names.
Never mind about the cannery work. I care only about the big bones. I say while doing the cannery work anyways. Oh no, there's a fish.
He knew it was all in his head. But he took it very seriously.
I don't
hoped he'd find himself.
I don't take my daydreams seriously. I guess we're different in that regard. Why is it so red here? Is this a red carpet? Are we about to do a movie thing? I don't know. What I forget what the red carpet is for. Besides celebrities. And I guess Hollywood events, I guess? I don't know.
But he found something more.
He found something more than himself? What is he finding?
Daydreaming at the cannery.
What is more than himself? It's bad to daydream at a dangerous job.
I spoke with his boss. But he said Lewis had become a model employee. Methodical, tireless, focused. Like a whole new Lewis.
I think it's interesting how they've portrayed this with you doing 2 things at once. You end up being able to do both of them. I bet it didn't last for long though. It would be one thing if you're doing a non office job and you're daydreaming, but a job with a slicing blade? No. I don't trust this to be a good outcome.
Even encouraged him.
Not that it would be since he's dead, but
It seemed very promising at first.
I think he needs a different job that's monotonous and isn't dangerous.
He told me he'd made a new friend.
A dog? In his daydreams or in real life?
On the edge of a city he named Louis Topia.
Goodbye, fish.
He built the city up slowly, brick by brick. Then he made musicians. And songs for them to play.
Is he the king? Maybe he should have gone into
He
music.
talked about starting a band.
Yeah, he should.
And he was always humming something.
He should do that.
Every day his imagination grew stronger.
Even if he has a cannery job, he can still do music on the side to a degree, right? That
He no
probably
longer
would be good
spoke
for
at
him.
the cannery. But his chopping was as reliable as ever. Then one day it struck him that all the cheering crowds, even the stones under his feet, were all in his imagination. So he could do whatever he wished.
Did he get power hungry and become a
He
dictator?
held an election for mayor,
Oh, so he wasn't the ruler. It was just named after him.
and he won.
Oh, he also has a crown motif like his brother. But that's
They begged
because
him to
he's a
stay,
king.
but his mind was already wandering.
To the next destination.
It became a game for him.
I bet he would have liked video games. I'm assuming
conquer a city
he didn't
and
have
immediately push
access to
on.
them. Oh, he's a... What is it? Is conquistador the right word?
Louis.
Oh. He... Ah. That fish did not get chopped. Oops.
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Now, St. Louisville?
He started drifting away from our reality.
Uh-oh. Escapism at its finest.
Minneapolis. Until one day he forgot to
Minneapolis.
go home from the cannery.
Uh-oh.
Even as his mother pleaded with him, part of Louis kept sailing on.
Yeah, I guess I can relate to that.
In Louisburg, he heard rumors of a
We got to choose. A handsome queen or a beautiful prince. No, I wanted to choose the prince. Turn this boat around. I want to see what happens if you choose the prince.
beautiful prince.
Does he marry the prince?
The prince was on his own quest for
Radiant rainbows. That's, I don't know. Let's go for the serpents.
sinister serpents.
Get out of here. Hey, they're making archways for me. Maybe they're not
He
so
followed
sinister
the
after all.
sound of his
Electric sitar. Silver harp. That's more whimsical.
silver harp. His chase led him to a golden palace east of the sun and west of the moon.
Is this where the beautiful prince is?
Even then, his logic remained sound.
Where's the chopper? And this is so now the daydream is full screen. Can't see reality anymore.
He knew the world was all in his imagination. But he was so proud of having created it.
I can't pay
In his
attention
own
to this
eyes,
and talk.
he'd become something greater than a king.
Uh-oh. He's a god now. He's got a god complex.
For someone who'd never known success in the real world, I think it was overwhelming.
He truly has a
It
wild
struck him
imagination.
that the real Lewis was not the one chopping salmon, but the one climbing the steps of a golden palace.
To meet the beautiful prince. Is that the beautiful prince of the rumors? Why are they running away from
My
me?
imagination
Come
is
back.
as real as my body, he told me. It was hard to argue with him.
What is this little door? A little door in the big door. Where are you, beautiful prince? LP Brown Cannery. Finest
Began to forget
quality.
the world we know.
He has a video game controller. Don't lie to me. He did have games to play, but I guess they weren't as good as his imagination.
I think it pained him to remember Lewis, the cannery worker.
Oh, so he left his imagination and his coming up behind his real self. Is he gonna push him into the cannery thing? What?
He began to despise the man with a royal contempt.
So he hated himself. That's not good. Hey, buddy. You don't have a fish in your hand. Are you okay? Look at me. I'm taller than you, so I'm better than you.
I still thought I could save him. Even after he said he was being crowned king over all the lands of wonder.
Oh no.
The palace would be packed with his companions.
What's at the end of this conveyor belt, though? I'm pretty sure it's like a meat grinder or something. I want off this ride. I don't want to be here. No. Don't kill me.
Insisted on advising.
The wise calico, like a cat? Or is that does calico mean something else? Calico. Calico. Hey. Yeah, you can be the king now. I'll stay here. I'll take your place. You can go to the cannery meat grinder in my place. It just means it loud. It's pretty loud. Is it fine on the? I mean, my voice is still louder, so I think we're good. Okay. Time to meet our maker. Why are you blocking my path? I'm the king, you know. I know they're not.
Waiting, holding his crown.
Is Prince waited? It's the beautiful prince! He wasn't running away after
There was
all.
only one thing left to do.
Sit on the throne? The meat grinder throne?
Bend down his head.
Oh no, he's gonna put his head on the chopping block. That's a guillotine. That's no throne. That's a guillotine. You can't trick me. Hey buddy, you can be the king. I changed my mind. Why don't you do this instead? Oh, this is unfortunate. This is not how you get crowned. You don't kneel on a kneeler on a chopping block.
And the rest I think you know. Mrs. Finch, your son was a kind man who will be missed by all of us who knew him.
Ugh. I just think it's weird that he managed to get his head into the place where the fish are.
My brother was really cool. I wish you could have met him.
He must have really gone into his imagination, because it would be one thing if you accidentally chopped your hand in the chopper, the fish chopper. Like, that was totally possible, but getting your head underneath there? Yeah, no, that's not as believable. That is just very... This is the locker contents of his cannery. Oh, there's blood on the hat. I feel like there could have been more blood. Oh, there's his prints. I wonder if what is in the box changes depending on what you chose. So he had a computer and a video game stuff. So he had stuff at home that he could do. I guess his imagination, his daydreams were too alluring.
We spent a lot of time playing games together, but he was surprisingly bad at them. He died a lot.
Well, you don't have to play competitive games. There's a diploma. I bet this fridge is full of rotten food. Knowing this family. No. Wrong way. Turn back. Okay, we have 2 more people. And both of them didn't die in this house. By sealing up Lewis's room, she also sealed up the way to Edith's room.
My mom told me to start packing.
I guess that's because the stairs are broken now.
Left to tell Edie.
Did they leave Edie, or did Edie come with them?
I'm not sure if she wanted to make it easier or harder.
They decided to move. I mean, that's understandable.
I wish we'd stayed.
Why?
But I understand why we left.
Are those noodles and rice? There's packing peanuts everywhere. Here's that nice crunch of artificial styrofoam packing peanuts. There are biodegradable packing peanuts. Oh, that's a lot to teach and to learn 7 ways to create a fulfilling classroom, all by her mom. Is this her mom's room?
My mom ended up leaving everything behind.
She didn't pack anything? Except maybe some clothes? Is that what she means?
What happened that night had been coming for a long time.
What happened?
Maybe you should have come sooner.
An argument?
But it had to end one way or another.
So this is from when she was 10 years old.
I promised to tell you about that last night.
So now she's gonna tell us about her experiences. Will we witness them through her eyes? Man, all the kids in this family are like really talented artistically. Can they like it? It like runs in the family. They have like architects blood, I guess, and artist blood. Cause like Sven was like an architect or something. He built this house. You need architecture skills for that, right? And Edie is like a good painter. So these kids just need to have a non-stressful environment without everyone dying to realize their talents and flourish. Which is apparently a lot to ask in this family. Yeah, she was like 10 years old and she's making these fun things. Also, weren't some of these like from Lewis's imagination, or they just have a bit of a resemblance? They look very similar. Maybe her brother made these. Or she made them for her brother. There's a frog, there's a little dragon that I believe is printed on the book and not actually there because it looks very low poly or whatever. They have a frog and a deer, which is interesting. Oh yeah, some of these are related to the things we've seen so far. The shark and the seal is related to Molly. The deer is related to Sam. The frog is related to Gregory. All these soldiers and people are related to Lewis. It's possible that Milton made these too. I don't know. This is just their house. It looks like she likes origami. I wonder if these are supposed to represent that, like the more imaginative sequences about some of the younger kids' deaths or whatever are part of her imagination of what happened rather than the reality. Is this a quill pen? Feather pen? Oh, she's getting on the dirty bed with her dirty body. I guess it's a match made in heaven. This is her journal.
That whole last day, Edie just watched us pack and didn't say a word. Until supper, when she raised her glass and said,
"To our final night together, and all our final nights apart."
Grandma, you know what I said about alcohol. Some of your medications are very
Edith,
specific.
I left a present for you in the hallway. Why don't you go open it? The grown-ups have to argue now.
I'm sorry, you're right. We're all leaving tomorrow. Let's just enjoy our last...
I'm not leaving.
Edith, you're excused.
Why are you doing a question mark for, Soda Pop? Did something happen? Ah. I'm just, whenever they talk, I just go quiet so I can listen to them. Because
Power had been shut off that morning, but Edie always had plenty of candles.
Why was it shut off? Did they
When my mom
run
said
out of
the library,
money?
I don't think she knew about the other entrance. Or that Edie had a key to it.
The library's the last thing. Is this where her gift is? I would worry that all these candles would burn the house down on their way out.
When you leave the house. Edith has a right to know these stories.
My children are dead because of your story. I think it's best if Edith and I leave tonight.
How are they dead because of her stories? How is Gregory's story? It was fun to play with the frog. I like frogs. And it was an unfortunate situation that is unfortunately not unheard of with parents and babies. So it's honestly probably the most believable out of all of these. Right? Not that they're all unbelievable. I mean, Gus is still confusing. I think Molly and Gus have the most obscure ones. Everyone else is kind of like Milton is also obscure, but since there is another game about Milton, then it's excused.
We'll have the nursing home send a van for you in the morning. Okay?
Nursing home? So she can't live with you and Edith? That's not very nice. I guess she didn't want her telling Edith any stories. The History of the Finches by Edie Finch.
Dear Edith, there's so many stories I wish I could tell you, but there's only time for one. This is about what happened on the night you were born. That night, the tide went way, way out.
Okay. So she could go to the old house?
It was the first and last time I ever saw the old house aground.
I guess we can't walk across the little bridge thing. How far did this little bridge thing used to go? It probably just went down to the beach, not all the way to the old house.
There'd been an earthquake out in the middle of the ocean. They called it the lowest tide in 1,000 years.
Well, there's the
God, it
little
smelled
platform.
awful. No, I've seen that house every day of my life. But I never thought I'd go back to it. When the fog rolled in, I lost my way.
She was pretty old at this point. This is kind of dangerous, but she's still alive, so...
I got turned around.
But I was pressing forward the whole time. Where's the red light?
For a while, I wondered. I started seeing things.
That's not a good sign. We wouldn't want to lose you out here
Things
too,
I'd
Grandma.
forgotten had ever existed.
What do you mean?
But when I saw them, they felt like old friends. That night, a lot of things came back to me.
It's like a kitchen thing. Sewing
Maybe
machine?
I came back to them.
This is like the entrance to the current house. Not the entrance, but there is a gate.
Things I can't explain, but that I need you to try and...
Edith, what are you doing in here?
It's mine.
Edith!
Mom, you're gonna rip it. Let go. I kicked and screamed, but Mom dragged me to the car. I never saw Great Grandma Edie again.
What? You didn't get to say goodbye?
The next morning, the van came to pick her up, but she was already gone.
What? So she went missing? How do you know when she died?
Around a lot.
I guess she went probably dodged the van and then came back to the house later, is my guess.
We both tried to make the best of it.
And we can wiggle the hand.
A few years went by.
Looks like she's always liked to have gloves like these.
My mom didn't like to talk about it. But she started getting sick a lot. The rest happened pretty quickly. She got better for a while. And then she didn't. And then I was alone. The last Finch left alive. Until I found out about you. I'm still not sure what to tell you about all this. If we lived forever, maybe we'd have time to understand things. But as it is, I think the best we can do is try to open our eyes. And appreciate how strange and brief all of this is. This journal was supposed to be for you. But now I hope you'll never see it. I just want to meet you. And tell you all these stories myself.
So this is her baby.
This now. Things didn't work out that way.
We're about to be born.
This is where your story begins. I'm sorry I won't be there to see it. It's a lot to ask, but I don't want you to be sad that I'm gone. I want you to be amazed that any of us ever had a chance to be here at all. Good luck.
Did she die in childbirth? No happy ending today. And I hope the kid isn't still living there. And they're just visiting the grave. These are all pictures of kids. I can't believe kids made this game, that movie. This is pretty impressive for a game made by a bunch of kids. Just kidding. I know these are just like their baby pictures or whatever. So technically there's two Finches left. There's Milton and Edith's son. So an uncle and a nephew, and any of Milton's children, I guess. See Johan's name in the ending credits. Oh, because they're the one who made the achievements, I guess, is what I think what it said. What do I think? It was a very roller coaster of emotions. I think that's the best way to put it. I like well-crafted stories, and I think this counts as one. But it is just sad, like tragic deaths and stuff, especially of like young people and children, is not very it's emotionally heart-wrenching, I guess. I don't know. This definitely isn't the kind of game you can play over and over again and every day and play this type of game all the time, because this would probably definitely wear it down on your mood and stuff. But I feel like the same goes for just consuming media that is about real life tragic deaths a lot, so I would love Outer Wilds, maybe. And I'm thinking I might start Outer Wilds next weekend, but I'm not sure. Well, the creator of the Stanley Parable playtested this game. That was just the only name I happened to look at and recognize. The Edith Finch team. They made a Finch, I guess. Tom. The end to Tom. Am I gonna end the stream or play another game? It's past midnight, of course. I am going to bed. You're going to go to bed? Well, I guess we're on the same page. Oh, hey, Dawn and Edie got pictures now. Even though we don't know. I mean, it's kind of assumed Edie just died in some way with typical old age stuff, I guess. But it's interesting that, like, she had a grave, so Dawn must have come back and given her a grave, and but did they have a funeral for her? I don't know. Are we gonna raid? I don't know. Who's streaming? I'm streaming. That's the only thing I know. I'm just kidding. Okay, let me see who our options are. Okay, I found who to raid. Let me... Wait. I have to complete all these redeems. We have all the redeems from this stream and last stream because I forgot to complete them all at the end of last stream last week, so I'm gonna get smacked by a lot of things. That wasn't that much. I guess one of those redeems was one that made things stick to me. Like the cover me and stuff. Oh, I just scooted over. Just the aftermath of getting smacked. Okay. What happened to my... I swear I had a detective hat on earlier. Where did it go? Well, guess we'll never know. I swear I was wearing one before. I never took it off. I guess... Well, when I watch the VOD, I'll find out. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. We're gonna raid, Smug Boy. Yeah, I actually made some of their emotes because they commissioned me. The only person to commission me, actually. Yeah, thanks for the sharks, I guess. Yeah, thanks for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I should be streaming next Saturday again, and I feel like I've been being less exhausted after work, so it's possible I can stream after work at some point, but nothing is certain. Yeah, the timer for the raid is counting down. I don't know what game we're playing next. Outer Wilds and the Vanishing of Ethan Carter are like top on my list, I guess. Yeah, bye. Thank you all for coming. Have a good night or day, and enjoy the raid. And yeah, bye.